Okay, we are good to go, Dolores. Woohoo.
Hello, Maneka. Hello, Heiko. Hello, Berit. Hello, everybody on the live stream. Welcome to our meeting today. Uh, Thank you, Maneka, as well for all the work that you're doing, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Thank you, Dolores. It's an honor to be here with you. We have actually done years and years of work behind this and lots of research, like especially you during the years and standing up for the truth, finding the root causes of things and not just the things that doesn't really go to the bottom of things. And this is on many levels, I would say, not just around health, but it's an honor to work with you. And we're so happy to have these speakers, really powerful speakers, with us today. And we're going to share not just the problems, but the real solutions, right, of what we're facing today.
Yes, and I'm sure we'll get into it a little bit, but everything that we've been doing. So the title for today is Health Hazards and Solutions. And I think everybody here in the team, including yourself, Maneka, Heiko, and Berit, and everyone, is that what we do all our lives is not just talk about the issue or the problem, but immediately try and solve it. And I think a lot of us have experienced censorship because I think one of the phrases I was thinking of is we can do this or we got this, that there are a lot of solutions. And also just to bring hope that I think really all of us have only connected since 2020. I know in my life, I wasn't really in touch with anyone that had the breadth of knowledge as all of the speakers have on our health hazards and solutions. And that really we've only been working together for since 2020. And we're really the first generation that can figure it out. We have enough know-how between us and our networks to overcome everything and to deliver the solution. So I'm delighted to be working with our network, who I can say are tried and tested over the last 4 years.
Definitely, my God, trial and errors all the way through. And I think my role in this as chair of World Freedom Alliance and just honored to work with people like Dolores and many others is that I'm not an expert myself, but I have kind of a mind that draws a lot of information and kind of condense it into things that people can understand as a background, as a science teacher and in pedagogics, but also studying international relations and cultures and ecology, that we need to look at the broader picture, but then bring it into what can we do? What are the action steps? And that's something that me and Dolores have worked on all these years in World Freedom Alliance. And we're really honored to have actually put together a roadmap called the World Freedom Alliance Action Plan. So I would love to just share one or two slides, if that's okay, Dolores. You
Yeah,
don't want to
sure.
add something before that?
No problem at all. Do you want me to pop up those slides now? Yeah?
Yes, perfect.
Perfect. Great. So, um,
Because what
yeah.
we've done here during these years, this was actually decided from the start in World Freedom Alliance that we wanted to be clear on the action steps that would counteract this global corruption that we're seeing. And I'm not going to go into detail about those problems. You can search for it. You can go to worldfreedomalliance.com. You can watch our documentaries. It's very, very clear that we have scientists, doctors, activists, so many people warning and actually testifying in firsthand that there are financial powers that does not want our best interest and that are trying to actually gain more control over our health, our physical bodies and our minds and our cultures and our families. And in the World Freedom Alliance Action Plan, we've, together with our huge network in over 40 countries, thank you, Dolores, thank you, actually put together this roadmap and condensed what we need to do as a world community to actually counteract this global corruption. So we launched this strategy this autumn, and the main points, the main three pillars of the World Freedom Alliance Action Plan is to protect and resist. And this is led by Dolores. And she will speak a bit more about the amazing work that she does around this. But basically, protecting our fundamental rights and freedoms and understanding what real law is and how to hold people accountable. How can we, in different situations that we come in, actually protect these rights and know what to do in sometimes very pressured situations that I know you've helped so many people in different situations all over the world, Dolores. And also through activism, what are the things that we can do as a community, such as in We Are Human, We Are Free, in many other movements that actually have an effect in the long term. The second point is building the new, where I'm leading this part. And one of the really important things is to build the fundamental supplies of food, of water, of transportation, of protection, the basic needs that especially right now is being threatened, that I believe consciously is being threatened, to put pressure on us actually believing that we don't own our own bodies, that we don't have our physical integrity, or that it's actually all these circumstances that create enormous financial stress on so many families and lots of poverty around the world. And that we need to trust a healthcare system that is obviously has conflicts of interest, if you would say, that also collaborate deeply with media and with politicians to actually keep us sick rather than actually help us. So all of these things require that we actually come with the real solutions and make the old obsolete. So that is the beautiful process that we're in also here today. And the last part is to strengthen the individual. This is led by Nigel Utton in the World Freedom Alliance. And here we're not going to make it this sprint, this marathon. It's not a sprint if we don't take care of ourselves. And this is on all levels, physically, emotionally, mentally, and really come together as a community to support each other on these different areas. So we have beautiful psychology groups, education groups, and also groups in World Freedom Alliance collaborating around being strong spiritually, because we do also in World Freedom Alliance have the fundamental right of freedom of faith, which is very important because I believe when we know who we are deep inside, that makes us super strong. If we know that there is a bigger purpose to what we're doing here, and what I believe to actually support people to live that purpose and to be in alignment with what you are here to do. So that is a small overview of the World Freedom Alliance Action Plan. Go to worldfreedomalliance.org if you want to watch some videos, get in touch with people, get involved, and so on. So the one big part, what passion for me that I'm going to speak more in depth about later today is water, because water is 70% of who we are. It's also fundamental for life. So me and Dolores and a bunch of amazing scientists that all have actually experienced what you said, Dolores, of when you speak out, when you actually tell the truth, also in science, you are being pressured, you are being censored. And we brought these amazing scientists together to support them to get the word out about the severe, what you say, health hazards that come through bad water, and that a lot of water that we believe looks good, looks clean, actually is very bad for our health and contains a lot of toxins. So the aim of the International Water Awareness is big. It is a fundamental part of building the new, because water is essential for life and an essential need for everyone, all living beings. So the aim is to have clean water for everyone, everywhere. And this sounds very big, but these researchers actually do have answers to how we can do this. And there are actually, plans of doing this on a country level, how you could actually completely turn around a whole country's water supplies to make it really beautiful and really clean. And in the International Water Awareness, we want to support the real research that doesn't get to happen in some corrupt institutions because it doesn't fit in to their agenda. And we want to support this international group of scientists that have actually warned about the toxins and problems with our water for many, many years, like 20, 30 years. They've tried to talk about the toxins, about cyanobacteria in drinking water, of PFAS and other toxins and chemicals and so on. So I just want to mention it. I go wild when I talk about water, so stop me. I will talk more later. But just to mention that, these water, food, protection, these fundamental basic needs is something that is under attack and something we need to take power over again. And that is a big part of the World Freedom Alliance action plan and a part of why we're doing this today. So yes, thank you. That was all around that.
Beautifully said, Maneka. And just to finish off the introduction, if it's okay, I'm just going to pop up this little slide that I made just for a lot of people, find it hard to imagine that there is a kind of concerted effort in relation to toxins in our food, in our water, and in treatments that we get through the healthcare system. So I just made this slide of some of the easy books to read. And I think part of the thing is some people may not actually, may find it difficult to take the time to really assess the hazards with things like water, medical treatments, and we'll say radiation or Wi-Fi, until they're convinced that there is actually a problem with the auditing and the regulation and the systems that are there to protect us. So some of these books are from 50 years ago and 30 years ago, especially none there call it a conspiracy. And then a lot of people find it hard until they realize who are the people that are involved in this. And the book by Dr. John Coleman, The Committee of 300, actually names the people around the world. So I thought, if that's okay, Maneka, I would just include that slide and people are welcome to take a screenshot of it. And especially many of these books are freely available online.
No, such a good point, Dolores. And today we're going to have Mona Nilsson with us, who is heading the Swedish Radiation Foundation. She is well known in the circles of radiation and 5G, so she's going to give an introduction about that. We have Berit Berthe from Norway, who is going to talk about how we can actually really effectively detox our bodies and the problems with toxins and detoxification. We have Heiko Santelmann, who's a medical doctor, that will also talk about the connection between radiation and the toxins in our systems, and also many more solutions. He's been researching these things for years and years and also been part of the World Freedom Alliance from the start, really such a supporter and a dear good friend. And we're going to round it all up with a discussion and open also for your questions. So, sorry, my son is coming here. So keep your questions to the end and we'll be happy to jump into a discussion about those later on. So thank you. And first off is Dolores. We're so honored to hear what you're up to. You never know what you're up to.
Very good. So, and first of all, I would like to also just echo and congratulate everybody here, including Berit and Heiko Santelmann, who have been supporting us from the beginning, even though all of them and all of us have got a lot of pushback. So what is beautiful about what we've all been through over the last years is that we really now have a network of people that support each other in a very generous way and have been on hundreds and thousands of hours of Zoom calls and have turned up at World Freedom Alliance meetings, or we've turned up at their meetings in their countries. So I think the last slide I put up about the forces that we are interacting with, that a lot of what they try and do is demoralize and divide people and distract, and also try and make it like the problem is so big that it's not solvable. And what's beautiful now about all of our networks and our alliances of alliances, including the World Freedom Alliance and the various Scandinavian and worldwide groups we're in, is that everybody here has really had a huge impact in their countries and in the world despite everything, and that it is going to get easier in the future because many of us have built networks just based on word of mouth. And we have introduced our networks to each other so that no matter what happens, we're all connected, which is beautiful. And I think connection is one of the great ones, and one of the ones we thought about at the World Freedom Alliance from the beginning. So what I'm just going to do is one of my initiatives, and I'm so grateful for Maneka's support as well and everyone, is the kind of branding that I have is Custodean. And the initial theme for Custodean is custodian of our health, heritage, and our future. And I think that we really, I mean, most men and women would know it anyway and would be lucky enough if they became grandparents or great-grandparents or great-grandaunts, is that our real duty and obligation in life is to look after the health and the culture of our nations, and also to ensure that if there is any harm done to people, that we ensure that the justice mechanisms within our nation and within the world works. And it's very simple. So Custodean is that we are essentially the custodians of our health, our heritage, and our future. But the health is that if anybody, no matter whether they're wearing a white coat or not, are doing something to the water, to the food, within the hospital system, that is not delivering the best care with the best care, the best solution, particularly health through food, then it is our obligation, including, in our families, but also in law, to ensure that any harm is stopped and that we try and make people well. So the overall vision resonates with this meeting, is that water is one of the main beautiful, pristine, well-structured, healthy water, and for people not to be dehydrated is one of the simplest mechanisms that you can keep people healthy. So just to put it all in the bigger picture of what we're trying to do today, it's the minimum amount of intervention to keep people healthy. So my latest, not my latest, but I've been working from the Custodean Institute since 2020, so since the beginning. And also I'm working on building a network of physical locations, as what we've also done in the education initiative and home education initiative that we've been doing in the World Freedom Alliance. So this is the Custodean Institute. It's really the first time that I have presented the institute aspect of Custodean. And what we're saying is people powering the future. So what we want to do is just network people that we can educate each other, because I certainly have a lot to learn about water and food and health and natural detoxing solutions, so that we educate each other, and that we also build an enterprise network and a community network. So the enterprise network would be that we support each other if we have healthy and empowering solutions. And then that we also build communities from the grassroots up, including supporting existing initiatives that other people have done, and that we do it through community building structures like cooperatives or societies or PMAs or associations, and that we help each other. And that was the ethos that all of us had in the World Freedom Alliance from the beginning, that we are an alliance of alliances and networks and cooperatives and existing associations in order to prevent duplication. So then just a few slides then on Custodean Institute. So our vision is to lead the world in creating lawful, thriving communities who participate in enterprise. And that we want to work together to actually deliver strategies that will solve problems, And that, so we have people who've come to our meetings, and I'm very grateful to Heiko, who has supported many of the Custodean Institute initiatives so far. So we literally have people coming to our meetings from every continent in the world. And the idea is that the Institute, if someone has got an innovative solution from Hawaii to Ghana in Africa to Canada to Norway or Sweden, that we actually, from an institute or best practice, that we can actually deliver the strategies and solutions that work around the world, and that we kind of have an analysis of what works and what doesn't work. So the values very much like this is a good process which we've done in home education in the World Freedom Alliance and in the World Freedom Alliance ourselves, is that if we actually do a bit of analysis on why we are doing it, then it gives us a bit of clarity around, so people can actually know what we stand for and also challenge us if they disagree. So the values that we worked with the people, we've done some initial feedback and auditing of the people that have been involved in the Custodean Institute, and a key important value is freedom. So we want to defend and protect our freedom and our inalienable rights. And we also, we think that integrity is very important. So particularly, as well, as we'll see, one of the functions in the Custodean Institute is auditing. So if you are giving a product like water, or if there's water coming out of your tap, you want to make sure that whatever's been delivered has integrity. And then transparency. So we audit and use evidence and reporting, that we are accountable, but no one is above the law. So everybody is accountable. And that even though we face some challenges, that we have courage and be brave. And the basic thing is that we strengthen the individual, the families, their communities, and then the larger network of communities through nations and an international community. And so Custodean is the background, which is the bigger kind of vision. And Custodean is building as well an education and a center that will be open to people worldwide to visit. The Custodean Institute then is this research arm, and within the Custodean Institute we will have members, and also we will have an enterprise and education network. So the members, we value people who want to support us just by, encouraging us and supporting us. Also members who would be interested in the social aspects. So not everybody will be involved in taking courses or building an enterprise network. But we do value members who either will take the courses or will just come to social or community events in order just to get the message out and to build the numbers. And then the basis or the focus of Custodean Institute is to not only develop courses that I would work on, but if other people have better courses, we've actually put a huge amount, maybe 2 years of work and a significant amount of resources into a hosting system that hopefully will not be censored, because many of us have had years of work taken down and domain names taken from us, like DoloresCahill.com, and Freedom Travel Alliance was taken down, of which we have now re-established those. But say if someone has a course on how to detox, not me, or someone has an educational course about the importance of structured water, Custodean Institute will be available for people to upload their courses as well as our courses. And it's just that in the censorship environment, it takes a lot of time and effort to overcome censorship and also the payment mechanism. So we're going to make some of our solutions available to people. We also would like to have Custodean Institute events for people all around the world. And then as a prerequisite for the enterprise network, we want people who are proposing solutions. And then within the members of the Custodean Institute, we can essentially assess the solutions. And then for the solutions that seem to be excellent, that we can actually promote those solutions. And then the integration of Custodean Institute into the other initiatives like the World Freedom Alliance initiative is that if we had a solution or we wanted to challenge poisons in the water or in the tap water. So say if we know that there's arsenic, which is a poison, or a modified version of mercury or fluoride or aluminium being put in the water, that we could come together and with the experts, including in the International Water Awareness and in the networks that we have here around water, that I'm very happy to contribute my skills to do a research program and an audit program to evaluate and provide evidence on toxins in the water, and then to establish in law an interaction with the water providers in particular nations or in multiple nations at the same time, in order to challenge whether it is more harm than good in law to be adding poisons to the water, known poisons like mercury or aluminium. And then this is the website if people want to join. So initially, people who just support us, you can just click onto this website, custodianinstitutemembers.com, and people will just be supporters. And then we'll have a mechanism that if people want to become members, that they can then put in an application for membership, which is slightly different to just being a supporting, to click on the website and to join. And one of the things as well is that we are looking and hoping that thousands of people will support the Custodian Institute, and that we will have at least annual meetings and showcase other people in the world who have solutions. And also we're integrating this with the initiatives that we've been working on in health and in farming and in food and in the cooperative movements around the world, that people who have private members associations and cooperatives join, and that we would be offering that if they have 2,000 members, that those members can also become members of Custodian Institute, and that we aim to build one of the largest connected networks of education providers and enterprise and solution providers in the world. So that's the brief introduction, and I'm happy to answer any questions on that. I know I have a little bit more time, but I just thought if you want, I can go through some of the other networks that we have, Maneka. But if you want to maybe ask me any questions on that, that's just the introduction to Custodian Institute.
Thank you, Dolores. And I know how much work you put into this, and how much heart and how much effort. And I'm really, really happy to support you. And as sorry, I have to pin myself here as well. As also, I can chip in there as working with democracy and actually society, like in his history, you are just on point from my perspective as well on what needs to be done. And we can't wait around for anyone, right, to come and save us or do the work. And you know that, and you do the work. But it would be great if you have any questions, you can write them in the chat, or otherwise it would be great to hear if you want to share anything else also.
Sure. But I think maybe it's just for people who to listen may not be aware of how they, as people will know, I've been researching about the strategy of how to overcome what we will call Agenda 21, the agenda for the 21st century, which is like chapters, Agenda 2020, Agenda 2030, Agenda 2040. And I read, which might seem unusual, but I was researching this back in the 1980s. And actually, when I was very young, about 15, I went through England and then went to behind the Iron Curtain in order to study it, because we were living with what was going on in Northern Ireland, which was essentially a war zone, essentially, and the process of law was not working up there, a kind of undermining of society. And there was a Northern Ireland syndrome, which is they actually use a lot of the psychological strategies in Northern Ireland to see how they could intimidate people from standing up to things that were obviously wrong. And so I study that because of the effect, in my own life. But when I went to Behind the Iron Curtain on my own as a teenager, I went in 82, 83, 84, and 85 for 4 years behind the Iron Curtain in order to see how people were, that they wouldn't even look at you. Because I used to smile and catch people's eye, and then I'd come back to West Berlin and they'd say, oh no, you're not supposed to do that, because if you catch their eye, they will get in trouble. Whereas, in Tipperary, where I grew up, everyone would say hello to each other and smile. So that was kind of, in a way, that's, people might think, well, why have I been studying it? Having lived in a country like, the main countries that were divided in my lifetime were Germany, and Vietnam, where the wars were, and Korea, and in Ireland. And actually, one time in the Max Planck, I was at a table for lunch where there was someone from Ireland, Germany, Korea, and Vietnam. And I was saying, like, all of us have been growing up in countries where there is division. So that's kind of important. I've been studying the strategy of sabotage as well for people who actually try and reunite people, because their system only works if people are divided and if people are so psychologically ingrained in whatever the division factor is that they get angry when you talk about it. So that was the issue around, was say, the vaccines or injections for 40 years, that the way they psychologically manipulated people, mums and dads and grandparents, just bonded in a way that, you know, with, it's like they developed a core value as if vaccines were good. And anyone who would raise a question about vaccines, there would be no discussion and people would immediately go to be angry. So that's actually a process, a psychological process. And then because people have that core value that no vaccines are good, that they get angry and there's division. So partly what, in order to solve it then as a problem that certain, maybe 50% of our nations are very attached to, we'll say, the COVID-19 vaccine, or that there is no issue with particular treatments, or that if hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin or the tap water is essentially good, or there's no issue with food, that if we don't understand that, we can't actually engage with people that most need our help. And so that's why Custodean Institute, in a way, is based on that we need to educate each other. And also that's why I put up that slide about Agenda 21, that we need to, in a way, shatter the misinformation by providing solutions. So there's about 3 ways of shattering a core belief. So in a way, Marxism is, in a way, the whole socialist agenda, or things that undermine, like trying to divide families or divide generations, or divide, we'll say, that people would not want to have children, or that, you know, carbon dioxide is a driver of climate change, or that there's no health issues with radiation. These are actually an inversion of the truth. And so partly what we're trying to do then is to, in the Custodean Institute, is to audit and evaluate the key information that's driving something. So the Max Planck Institute, where I was, the core word for their research was basic research. There's about 50 institutes across Germany, and I worked in one of them. The Fraunhofer Institute, the word for it was applied research. So that was an institute when you wanted to develop like a new car engine or a new medical device. And the core word for the institute, Custodean Institute, is audit. AUDIT, that we actually audit, and then that we challenge and be challenged ourselves. So one of the things that we're doing is having a worldwide network of people that can audit the regulatory system, actually have a look at what is going on in our nations. So like audit, if Heiko was providing information, or me, whether it was a proper societal response to call us criminals, and actually that the police and the forces of the law would say that we were criminals, and then the full force of the media and everything would come against us. And if we can see that actually the solution is that the attorney generals, the justice system, and the police should be overseen to assess, was that the proper response, and learn from it. And if it was wrong what we did, then we would be accountable. But if not, that we would have a worldwide mechanism to audit the process of justice and health in our nations. And water is a very easy one to do, and it relates to everyone. And I think what will happen is that in this network around water will be a solution methodology that we can develop together in the international water awareness and with people who provide solutions, and that the solution providers are actually themselves open to have the water assessed as well and audited, and that over the next few years we can then together, and I'm happy to take a lead on it, challenge the precedence mechanism that if people are using people's taxes to buy poisons such as arsenic in the water, that together we can assess that, test the tap water, and then also test the filtration solution. So I think I just wanted to say that that's, even though, you know, everything we've been doing in the World Freedom Alliance and in the World Doctors Alliance, we had 140,000 physicians and doctors, and in Freedom Travel Alliance, we have 100,000 supporters, that between all of our networks around the world, we have millions of people. And what people are really crying out for is professional people that do forensic analysis on the food and the treatments and the water and the air, and that we are accountable. You know, we are accountable, that we are not using our networks in order to target anybody, that everybody is innocent until proven guilty, that in a very lawful process, we give any water provider the opportunity to provide the information and also to correct it and to stop poisoning. And through that process, then we will acknowledge that and then can spread it around the world. So that's just a brief introduction to Custodian Institute and the auditing.
Thank you,
but also
Dolores.
the big
Thank
picture.
you. And
Thank you.
everything that is kept hidden is what a lot of powers are breeding on, right? I think what we love to do, Dolores, is just get it up to the surface and look at things as they are and see who are you listening to? Like, where are your sources? And like you said, in this network of thousands, hundreds of thousands of experts and doctors. And when people were called a couple of years ago, so many names and harassed and, you know, all of this. And now, like the AstraZeneca vaccine was withdrawn, there are a lot of, like, even coming up all the way to the surface. Everything is actually, the truth will win in the end, you know, but it is, when you're kind of logical, it's very strange to see when your natural rights, the basic needs, like the individuals and families are being attacked, and a lot of people just going along with it. It's very, very painful, right? And yeah, we're trying
Well,
to...
I think maybe just to finish off, a very hopeful thing is that so everyone is innocent until proven guilty. That's a maxim of law. The law applies to men and women that are alive. The legal system applies to this corporation. But two key words or two key phrases are that when we look at civil servants or attorney generals or coroners or whatever, that no one is above the law. So that's really essentially the maxim. And that in law, every interaction happens just between two people. So one man, one woman, yeah? So this is really the key for how the auditing function and the ethos of Custodian Institute will work, is that to have a precedent, say if you are someone planning a pregnancy and you're a teacher in a school and there is, you know, very high Wi-Fi there, or if you're someone who's drinking water with a poison or you've been injected, the law works just between one man and woman. So a precedence, all we need in the world is for each example, for one man or woman to actually say, no, I will come into Custodian Institute and I will be the precedence. And then that we can actually take it. So then you would be challenging whoever is the principal or the attorney general or the man or woman who owns the water supply. So no one is above the law. And in an amazing way, the legal system, which is fraudulent and misrepresents the law, and the Agenda 21 runs through these local communities, local councils, that no one is above the law. So all we need to do strategically is to plan a couple of precedent examples of one or two men and women who have standing related to water or radiation, hold one or two members of civil servants or councillors accountable, and then do the lawful process. And since no one is above the law, if they continue to do the harm, we can take a precedence. So it is actually, we are in a generational transition back to lawful accountability, and where healthcare professionals were accountable to give the right treatment and water was healthy. So but it will take us 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, or a generation. But I grew up in a country 30 years ago in Ireland in the 1980s. Everybody was actually lawfully accountable. And I think people who might be middle-aged now may not remember that, you know, people who are younger than me. But I think by the time, 20 years' time, civil servants and water providers and farmers and everyone will be accountable again. So I think my phrase is people powering the future. And I think we got this. I can only see solutions. And
Thank you, Dolores, for everything you're doing.
much.
And go and watch Dolores' latest video. And I'm talking about the Twitter video that you had was so powerful when you talked to, what was it, Sky News?
Sky News, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Just reminding them of their, liability.
Yeah, and Dennis Radbrook, who's a researcher and professor, did a publication at the end of last year that there was 17 million deaths on the clinical trials reported around the world up until the end of 2023. And I was just reminding the journalists, and it turns out that when at least one of them had never reported on the adverse events, even though he had reported on the vaccines and been in China and everything for years. So thank you for that, and thank you for the opportunity.
You can see the fear in their eyes, I have to say, and that's something that I think with the international water awareness and actually giving people the power to test their own water, that just by that and letting authorities know, just like we tested in Sweden just recently, and there was arsenic in the water and heavy metals in like tap water. And then if you just let them know that we know that, I know you've done that in the past, and that in itself is super powerful, that you can't hide, like we can see what you're doing because they are consciously poisoning people in so many ways, not just the water, but in the food and in so many places and through the radiation.
And I think as well, Maneka, just to finish off, that of course, as you lead on this as well, and always have done, is that we are coming from a place of love, and it is to give them the opportunity to stop what they're doing, and or like we had the Great Resign campaign, giving people the opportunity to resign from doing harm. So what I was doing with those journalists, and what we've done all along, is lawfully to inform people that they are engaged in harm, and to give them, up to months to stop in a lawful process. So, and Custodean Institute will come from a loving, evidence-based, and we should be accountable as well. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. And thank you.
Thank you, Dolores. I think, would you like to introduce our next guest? Because I know you have been working together in the past and have also really highlighted the dangers of radiation, and especially the development that is happening right now around radiation. So would you like to give Mona Nilsson a short introduction, Dolores, before we
Yes, I would just like to thank Mona for everything that she's done. And she has built up significant networks around educating people to the harm that a lot of people don't know, and also the methodology for people to assess the harm themselves. And then she also supported me when I had the TNT radio before they took me off. I think I was doing too many solutions. So I just want to, and Mona also introduced me to many of her network, which have extensive knowledge and websites. And she gave very informative interviews for me in 2022 and 2023. So thank you, Mona, for everything you do, and welcome. And we look forward to your talk.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me, and I am so pleased to be here with you. I am going to present a topic which fits very well into what you just explained, Dolores, that we are forcibly exposed to a kind of radiation that industry and many decision makers know is harmful since many years back. And I prepared a presentation, a PowerPoint, to illustrate my presentation here today. So I will try to share the screen here. Here it is. So here, no, what is this? Share screen here. Do you see it?
Yes, we see it. Yes.
I'm just going to put on the, I'm sorry here. I'm just going to put here. So slide show here. I'm a director at the Swedish Radiation Protection Foundation, which is a foundation that works science-based, and we inform public and decision makers about what science have shown in terms of harmful effects from wireless technologies and other EMFs, electromagnetic fields, which are non-natural, which are human-made. We have also, during the last years, we have collaborated with Dr. Leonard Hardell, publishing scientific papers, and we are the first in the world to have studied health effects from real 5G exposure. And this far, we have published eight case studies on health effects from people exposed to radiation from 5G, the new technology that was rolled out since 2020. And I have also published, I'm also the author of 2 books in Swedish and many articles on the topic during the last 20 years. We are not adapted to this technology, nor the 5G, nor the Wi-Fi, nor the radiation from mobile phones. We are adapted to the Earth's natural electromagnetic field. And it's very easy to understand that we do not, this radiation is not emitted from 5G and other wireless technologies. It is not good for our health, because our bodies, we are electrical beings. Our bodies and brains emit weak electromagnetic signals that regulates most of functions of our bodies. So it's very easy to understand that very much stronger, unnatural signals, electromagnetic fields and wireless radiation from these modern technologies are not good for our health, but rather harmful. And those technologies, they emit unnatural pulse-modulated microwave radio frequency radiation. And the most common sources are mobile phone masts and base stations, Wi-Fi routers, mobile phones, wireless connected computers, laptops, and other technologies that emit this kind of radiation. There are so-called smart watches. There are a whole range of technologies today which emit this kind of radiation that is harmful to us. And not to talk about the smart meters, the electrical meters that is installed forcibly into people's homes during the last years. And children are particularly sensitive because they have developing nervous system. Their brains take up more radiation because they have thinner skulls and smaller heads, particularly when they use the mobile phones. So we have to be particularly careful about children's exposure to this kind of radiation. And what has been described and known, what is the most common symptoms and effects from this radiation? It is the effects called the microwave syndrome or the radio frequency illness. And those symptoms include sleep disturbances, headache, dizziness, tinnitus, heart arrhythmia, skin concentration, memory impairment, fatigue, depression, anxiety, and behavioral effects. And this was described already. This set of symptoms and those effects from pulsed microwave radiation is described since 65 years back, because already in 1969, the former director of the Czechoslovakia Department of or Organization for Workers' Health, Dr. Karl Mara, he described those effects at a symposium in Virginia. And in Czechoslovakia and former Eastern European countries, they had performed many studies on people exposed to microwaves in their during work. And what they saw was primarily neurologic effects, such as pain in head, eyes, muscles, irregular heartbeat, fatigue, dizziness, vertigo, sleeping problems. Women were much more sensitive than men, they discovered, and there were large differences in sensitivity. And also that pulse microwaves were observed to be much more harmful compared to continuous waves. And science have repeatedly observed harmful effects from this kind of radiation during the last decades. Effects include DNA damage, oxidative stress, harmful effects on brain, negative impact on sleep, well-being, learning, memory, headache, degenerative diseases, for instance. Also, increased risk for cancer, reproduction effects, harmful effects also to plant and animal life. And these are effects that are mentioned in the appeal called EMF Scientist Appeal, signed by nearly 260 scientists that are all active in this field and who ask for better protection from this kind of radiation. However, we are very, very badly protected from this kind of radiation harm and its harmful effects, because both in Europe, in the USA, and most countries all around the world, they have adopted allowed limits for this kind of exposure that only protect us against acute thermal effects that are observed when the radiation is so high that it heats the body within 1 hour. This means that we have no protection at all against all short and long-term effects at levels that are not caused by heating. This means that we are not protected against the kind of exposure that we are exposed to in reality, in real life, which is chronic. And we have no protection whatsoever against all the effects that I have shown in previous slides that science have shown, such as cancer, headache, sleep problems, heart problems, memory and concentration problems, etc., etc. And what is even worse is that there is no evidence at all. No studies have been performed and has shown that it is safe to expose people at the levels proposed by ICNIRP and FCC and adopted by most countries all around the world. there are no studies whatsoever that has shown that people without harm can be chronically exposed to levels up to the ICNIRP FCC levels, which is a huge scandal. I mean, compared to vaccines, at least when they introduce a vaccine, they have to do some kind of study where they expose people to those vaccines. And while we know that those studies might be not correctly performed, at least they have to do such studies, and they have to present the results showing that no harmful effects have been caused by this vaccine. In this kind, when it comes to 5G, 4G, 3G, and Wi-Fi, the industry has not been asked to perform such studies, and still they are allowed to forcibly expose people in their own homes, children in schools, etc., etc., to these technology. And those limits from the ICNIRP and the FCC, they allow up to 10 million microwatts per square meter, averaged over 6 or 30 minutes, depending on if we look at ICNIRP from 1998, which is still valid in most countries, or the new ICNIRP 2020 limits, which is 30 minutes. So these limits are extreme and allow known harmful exposure to this kind of radiation. And why do we have this situation? Well, it's because those limits fits the industry. They are important for the industry. One example for that is when Ericsson in a presentation 2018 concluded that if we had to lower, if they were to apply ICNIRP limits 100 times lower, that were 100 times lower than the ICNIRP limits, that would make the 5G rollout major problem or impossible. So the limits are adapted to the industry needs, not to protect human health in the first place. This was just one example of how those limits are set to support industry needs and not protect human health. And I just want to add, for those who are not aware of it, but Ericsson is a major international leading provider of 5G technology and has a huge impact on this issue all over the world. And we have a lot of statements from scientists that conclude that those limits are clearly insufficient. The ICB-EMF, which is an international commission of independent scientists that published a paper in 2022, they concluded that the ICNIRP FCC limits are based on false suppositions, do not adequately protect workers, children, hypersensitive individuals, and the general population from short-term or long-term RF exposure. And the EMF scientist appeal concluded, signed by nearly 260 scientists, concluded it's insufficient to protect human health. And already in 2012, the Bioinitiative report concluded bioeffects are clearly established to occur with very low exposure levels. Public safety limits do not sufficiently protect public health. And here is a table where you can see how absurdly high the ICNIRP limits are in comparison to recommendations for maximum exposure limits from various organizations. The ICNIRP limits are between 10 million and 40 million microwatts per square meter, while the EU Parliament in a STOA report recommended maximum 100 microwatt per square meter. Salzburg Health Department recommended in 2002 1 microwatt per square meter as maximum exposure limit. And the BU Initiative report recommended in 2012 3 to 6 microwatts per square meter. And the Europa EMF guidelines between 0.1 and 100. So it seems that the maximum limit recommended by those organizations is 100 microwatts and even lower. And compared with the ICNIRP, this is striking differences. And I can say that very many scientific studies show harmful effects well below those 10 million microwatts per square meter recommended by the ICNIRP, and that only protect against acute thermal effects. So what we have is a huge experiment ongoing now, and it's even worse. It's not controlled because they are rolling out the 5G. People are, including children, are forcibly exposed in their own homes. And there is no follow-up done, follow-up of health effects being performed. So the only studies so far being performed on this, the health effects from 5G, are done by me and Dr. Lennart Hardell, who is a well-known international, he's a well-known epidemiologist and oncologist from Sweden. He has performed epidemiologic research since the 1970s. And he was, among other, he was the first to show that hormoslyr, which contained dioxin, caused cancer already decades ago, which was later recognized as a class 1 carcinogen by IARC in the 1990s. So what we have done during the last years, since 2023, we have published 8 case studies on health effects from real 5G exposure. They are available at their address you can see there. What these studies show is that 5G leads to very high microwave exposure. Although this high exposure is well below, of course, the ICNIRP FCC limits because they are so extreme. What we also show is that 5G causes severe microwave syndrome in short time, although levels are well below the ICNIRP FCC limits. Our studies also include children below 10 years who, for instance, got headache and sleeping problems. And there are no studies showing, I want to stress this, that real 5G chronic exposure is safe for human health or animal life. I just want to give an example from one of our case studies. We studied a man and a woman. They were aged around 60 years. They were previously healthy, and they had already before 3G, 4G antennas on the roof above their apartment without any particular health problems. They had lived in that apartment for around 10 years. But when they got the 5G antennas, the equipment for 3G, 4G was replaced with 5G antennas. Then their health deteriorated very rapidly, and you can see all the effects on their health, the symptoms that they experienced. Fatigue, difficulty sleeping, emotional nosebleeds, increasing tinnitus, etc. They had to move out after only a couple of days because the severity of the symptoms. And 2,500,000 microwatts per square meter in peak max value was measured in their apartment, which is extreme. And that corresponds, however, if we should compare this to the ICNIRP limits, to around 1/10 of that, which is 250,000, if we should average it over 6 minutes as for ICNIRP limits. So it's very well below ICNIRP limits, but it's still extremely high radiation. And case study number 5, it was a man, 49 years, previously fairly healthy. He got 5G antennas at 20 meters distance from his apartment. The radiation were extreme. The levels we measured in his apartment, over 3 million microwatts per square meter in peak maximum value, which corresponds to 332,000 microwatts per square meters, average over 2 minutes, which is more comparable to the ICNIRP limits. So if you compare those 332,000 to ICNIRP limits, which is 10 million, although those levels were extreme, they are very much lower than the ICNIRP's extreme limits. He got severe headache, tingling and burning in the body, severe heart problems in the form of high and irregular pulse and pain in the heart area. He got so sick that he had to move from his apartment and couldn't return. He has still not been able to return to his apartment. So this case study shows that levels which are very much lower than the ICNIRP limits make people sick, severely sick within a week. And we are measuring very high levels of microwave radiation in Stockholm city now. On many places, we have over 1 million microwatts per square meter in peak maximum levels. And they are very much lower than those extreme ICNIRP limits, but still we know they are very harmful. Because when I started measuring radiation from 3G in 20 years ago, if we measured over 1,000 microwatts per square meter, we thought that we considered that to be very high. And we have already seen in studies around base stations for 2G, GSM, and 3G that people get ill already at levels which are around several hundred to 1,000 microwatts per square meter. And now it's common to measure 1 million microwatts per square meter. And you should compare those 1 million microwatts to the maximum level of 100 microwatts per square meter that independent scientists and medical doctors recommend, as I showed previously. And this is not enough for the industry, because they need to constantly sell in new technology and new infrastructure equipment. So in 1 year, in 2025, they plan to roll out, in addition to what has already been rolled out at lower frequencies, the millimeter waves, which is 5G step 2. Which will be 26 gigahertz and above that. This technology will be installed in terms of small antennas, for instance, on lampposts and traffic signs. There is no studies that show that this technology is safe for human or animal life. We have hardly any studies investigating health effects on those frequencies and this technology. And this will, of course, further escalate radiation levels. And one scientist some years ago said that 5G will be like a slow Hiroshima bomb. And unfortunately, this I think it's correct to describe it like that. It's a slow Hiroshima bomb because people are bombarded with harmful microwave and millimeter waves from this technology. And this is, I wanted to explain also, the reason for this is that industries, corporations like Ericsson, for instance, they constantly need to sell new equipment, new technology, because when they have successfully deployed 4G, they need to sell in 5G. And when they have successfully deployed and satisfied the market with 5G step 1, which is the lower frequencies of 3.5 gigahertz, they need to sell in a new technology because otherwise their sales will go down. So that's the logic behind this. And unfortunately, they are criminal, those industries, because they know for many years back that people are harmed by this radiation, and they do everything in their power to hide and to have those effects not recognized by the governments and international organizations like the World Health Organization and the European Commission, which they seem to control in total. So what can we do to protect ourselves from the harmful effects from this radiation? Well, we should minimize our use of technologies emitting this kind of radiation. For instance, mobile phones and Wi-Fi. And there is also one aspect to this is that whenever we use mobile phones, we support rollout of this technology. So if you use, the more you use your mobile phone, the more you support this industry. You should control, so that's an additional aspect of this. You should not only minimize your use of this technology to protect your own health. You should minimize it in order not to benefit this industry and the rollout of more harmful technology. Because when you use it, you support this industry. You should control your exposure with an RF meter. There are many meters around, but this is the best way to know how much exposure you have in your home and where you normally, and your working place, for instance. So a good recommendation is to buy an RF meter so you can control your exposure. And keep exposure as low as possible, and particularly in sleeping areas, because when we sleep, we are particularly sensitive to this radiation. And this radiation, the primary effect is on the brain, and the most common effect is the sleep disturbances. And keep mobile phone calls short and use fixed line. Use a fixed line like a normal phone like this. Use computers with cable connected to internet. And please inform as many people as possible about the dangers of this technology, because most people today, unfortunately, they are unaware of the harmful effects from this radiation, because this industry has been very successful in downplaying the risks. They have been very successful in controlling important organizations such as the World Health Organization, the European Commission, the FCC in the USA, and they also have a huge influence on the media, which has, during at least the last years here in Sweden, they have only sent out messages that this radiation is not harmful, that the technology is safe, and those who criticize this technology and they claim that it's and say that it's harmful, like me and my organization, for instance, that we are spreading false information and that we are etc., bad people. So this is how they work. They control the media and the information that people are exposed to. So it's very important to make people more aware, just like you have been doing, I know, in other issues like the vaccine issue. You have been very successful in informing people. This is also, we have to inform our friends, our family, and as many as we can about the harmful effects from this radiation, because it's only an increasing awareness among the people that can change the situation today on this topic. That's my opinion. So we have to help each other so we can build a better future for us and our children. And thank you for listening.
Well done, Mona. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mona. That is so, so important. And we will continue to support you to spread the word. And we, in World Freedom Alliance and our action plan, this is very much something we want to prioritize, as this is attacking our fundamental right of bodily integrity, together with the toxins and all the other attacks on our health. So thank you so much for that. Do you have any time for questions, or do you need to jump off? Yes. So if there are any questions, because I know Mona she will not join the discussion at the end. So if you have any questions, please write them in the chat, and we'll make sure to ask them to Mona.
And maybe just a quick one for Mona. Is there any initiatives, Mona, that you'd like to highlight where people that have been affected have been successful or are taking precedences, or something that we can support?
Well, there is an organization that was created a year ago in Europe, which is called Europeans for Safe Connections, which is an umbrella organization for organizations like the Swedish Radiation Protection Foundation, but many organizations from various countries in Europe. And this is a great initiative because it's one of the first initiative to build a collaborative, an umbrella organization where organizations from various countries work together on this topic. And then, of course, we have initiatives in the US, such as Children's Health Defense, who are doing an extremely good work on this topic, with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is aware of the health harmful effects from this radiation, and who is active in various lawsuits on this topic. There is also an organization called Environmental Health Trust in the US. So there are various initiatives and that you can follow.
Yes, if you have any links, then please send it to me and I can include it in the presentation. We have a question from Dr. Heiko Santelmann. Yes?
Only Heiko.
Heiko.
Mona, do you know about any lawsuits or in Sweden where the guy or the organization who allowed to build up a 5G tower got sued because of the health effects, like in some other countries has happened?
Well, I I'm very disappointed of the judicial system in Sweden. It's so malfunctioning. It's very blind to facts, and it seems to be following orders from higher up that they have to claim that there are no health effects, which means that they are following the opinions of the Swedish Radiation Safety Authority, which claims that the ICNIRP limits are perfectly safe and that no health effects have been shown or has been proven from this kind of radiation below ICNIRP limits. So most lawsuits are unsuccessful in Sweden because of this attitude, not to investigate the facts objectively and make own decisions by the courts, but only to follow the opinion of the Swedish Radiation Safety Authority and the World Health Organization, who is controlled by industry. So that's the situation, which is a very frustrating and very sad situation, because people who are harmed by this radiation find themselves to be in a lawless situation. There is no law. The state doesn't support them. The state is participating in harming them with this radiation because of this industry's huge influence. Unfortunately, also this industry, we had some countries in Europe before that had lower limits, better protection than the ICNIRP limits. But after huge pressure from the telecom industry, I've shown you that the ICNIRP limits were very important for a 5G rollout. They have pressured the Italian governments to relax their 100 times lower limits to much higher limits recently. And also the same in Brussels, that had much lower limits than the ICNIRP limits. They were also convinced and pressured to raise them to allow the 5G rollout. So these two are examples of the telecom industry's huge influence over the situation in various the legal situation in various countries. However, they also tried to raise the limits in Switzerland, which has 100 times lower limits than the ICNIRP, but Switzerland said no. So they are keeping their 100 times lower limits. However, 100 times lower limits are not enough. They are much better, but they are not enough to protect against harmful effects, because that is also very high.
Amazing, Mona. Do we have any last questions? Otherwise, we will move on. No more questions. And you can go to radiation. Let me see if I can see what is the homepage?
Radiation Protection SA.
Yes, I just couldn't see the last part of the page. Yes, exactly. For more information and help to spread the word about this presentation, spread the word about the importance of being aware of this. And a huge, huge thank you for all the work that you've done, Mona, and for coming on with us around this very, very important matter. And I'm sure we'll continue to work together and support you in the future as well. And we hope to really be successful in spreading the word about radiation as well. So thank you so much, Mona, for being on with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mona. Thank you, Mona. Well done. Thank you very much.
And could you please stop the screen share so we can move on, Mona? Yeah?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So coming up, while we're waiting for that, so coming up is Heiko Santelmann, medical doctor from Norway. And Heiko, you have, like I said, you've been with us from the start. You have played such an important role for highlighting many different health hazards and also diving into the real solutions and helping so many people to actually get well and get better for real and not just temporarily through the ordinary medical system. So Heiko, I'm really excited to hear what you have to share with all these years of experience. So yes, welcome Heiko Santelmann. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Maneka and Dolores, for getting this out. As she said, I'm a GP from Germany, specialized in natural medicine, working in Norway since 1981. I specialized, especially interested in detox and EMF hazards after I got a stroke induced by a forgotten mercury filling under a gold crown, leading to allergy to mercury and radiation, with heart arrhythmia and a stroke as a result. Since I had to close my clinic and retire in 2010, I had time to deep dive into vaccines and other rabbit holes. But now we have no time to talk about hazards from dentists or childhood vaccines. It will take many days. But I just want to highlight some of the new challenges, like this beautiful insect burger. But we humans, we don't tolerate chitin. So the solution is a mobile app from Google or Apple Store, which is not very expensive. And also, please don't use this artificial lab-grown meat like Alabama and Florida already banned. Another thing we have to talk about the new health challenges are these toxins coming from the sky. And lots and lots of them. If you believe that this was not known from our governments, I would like to have a look at this German Spiegel documentary about 1994 in Minnesota in America. It was sprayed cadmium over schools, and the children were measured several times daily to see how much cadmium they got into their body. But they didn't talk about the many children that died after that, and the ones who didn't die and had children. All these children had heavy birth defects. The solution is, for example, joining empowermovement.org, which also helps to stop smart meters. About these chemtrails, I got a patient, a young woman. She was working in her garden while there came some airplanes and spraying some white powder on her. And after that, she got magnetic. And I've never heard about that before. And I measured her with my frequency machine, the Healy, which showed that she was shedded by GO, graphene oxide. And I checked her with my Bluetooth scanner, but she didn't have a MAC address. That's because she didn't get this shot into her body. And after 6 minutes with treating her, the spoon fell down. The next interesting thing we found out were that there were big differences in these batch numbers. especially the Enigma group with Sasha and Craig, and later also a Danish group had done studies on that. And if you want to know how bad your batch is, then go to this webpage, please. And it tells you how many have died from that. Well, after this, these questions I got, is there really graphene oxide in these shots, which are not vaccines, of course. They are biological weapons and technical weapons and computer programs. I took it in my own hands. The first thing I did was to go to a vaccine center asking for my vaccine. And since they couldn't answer my question if it contains graphene oxide, I said, well, I have to find it myself, and took it in my hand and went and left the building. But after they were screaming, "Stop the thief," several were jumping on me, and I lost my vaccine. But I filmed it, and you can see it on my blog here. That resulted in a big fine, which I did not pay, of course, and that they promised me a court case, which was later dismissed. So I had to try another way. Together with 17 others, we went to Buck's Institute, Buck's vaccine center, asking to see the batch numbers, because we wanted to deliver the bad batches to the police for analysis. That ended not so good. I was here in the police car, and there came one of these policemen. They had a good cop and bad cop, and the bad cop, he jumped on me and stole my card here, control card, must not be vaccinated, from controlgroup.coop. But it was written about that in the papers, and even our PST, our security police, had a press conference warning about these enemies of the state like me and others, and the security was raised in front of these vaccine stations. All this publicity brought attention to very good old-fashioned journalists from November Film, who are behind a series called Norge bak fasaden, or Norway behind the veil. And they decided to make a documentary on conspiracy theorists like Svein Østvik and myself. And they did a very good job, and asking at the end, maybe we didn't listen to the victims, maybe we should have listened more to them, than to the government. Another thing that came out of this was many interviews. Here's a link to a Danish TV station, which also brought some of the footages. But I'm very, very glad that this documentary led to something big, like Stop the Division. I got so many messages from people who thanked me and the team because they saw it when it was aired from the biggest TV station, mainstream TV station, TV2 in Norway. And they were watching it together and crying and asking for forgiveness. So that was really emotional, and I loved that. And I hope it can happen in other countries also, who can show this maybe in other countries, this documentary. But now to solutions on what to do on these bioweapons. The most important thing, of course, is to say no, and to recycle these things, put on many floors. And of course, many got frightened from the side effects of these side effects. Maybe they were intentional. We can't discuss this here. But many got problems with these climate change vaccines. And many good groups here, some came out with protocols for these victims. The problem was there were so many recommended, and many of them don't pass through Norwegian customs, and they cost also a lot of money. So I developed a method to test my patients by telephone with the muscle test to find out which of these lots of remedies had most effect. And I only want to come up with 5 of the ones who most often I find most important for these patients. The first is the natural zeolite from the touchstone, which also takes the graphene oxide, I believe. After this, my testings, the other one is this, but Berit will talk more about that. And the other one is this green energy with nattokinase and bromelain, much cheaper than the one Dr. Peter McCullen is recommending. And I tested this green energy many times, especially when I go to a sauna, spa, where it's very, very easy to get shedding or transfected, as they also call it. But after taking this, just 1 capsule a day, that didn't happen after that. Another interesting very new natural solution is these golden drops, which are water-soluble curcumin. Everybody knows that turmeric is very, very good, but it's hard to resorb. And in order to, instead of taking 8 kilos with turmeric root, you only need 10 drops, which also stay 24 hours in your body. And with a very high bioavailability, it also cleans your third eye. So it makes you, the globalists don't like that, because that means you get more spiritual. Just now there's an offer with this code, QR code. Yeah. And it's especially, I find it should be used by patients who got quaxed with and developed turbo cancer. Another very interesting device I jumped over, or it jumped in my face after I lost my license and was not able to prescribe many of these prescription medicines. Was this Iteracare frequency therapy, which helped in lung disease and COVID-19, but also here on this young boy, 21-year-old, with a stroke after 2 injections, or this elder lady with heavy form of psoriasis, or this guy who had liver and stomach cancer, stage 4, after injections. But I have to show you this other guy who got 2 injections, and so lots of problems after that. My first victim I had was during a talk I gave on the health fair. And he had got something called Bell's palsy, where you're completely, your face looks like this. And he asked me if it could help. I said, I have no idea. I just have been using it for 1 week. And he said, well, if it's not dangerous, just give it a try. And after 10 minutes, he was normal. I was impressed. This guy here just got worse and worse. His woman, his wife, was posting videos on the internet, on Facebook, until he got a present, and which helped for his walking and for his ability to use his mobile phone again, and his infections on the skin. So that was after 3 treatments. Quite impressive, I think. This guy was not so lucky. They told him he got the very bad form of the flu, of course, after taking this shot. And this football player got amputated his 2 legs. Unfortunately, he didn't know about Itaira Care, who also could help with legs and thrombosis like that. Well, the most important part of this technology is the terahertz technology, which has been studied quite a lot lately. But the first guy who found out that it could help in all diseases, he got killed. So it's not a medical device. We can't say that, otherwise it will be forbidden everywhere. It's just a hot air blower. But I've seen fantastic effects in psoriasis, cancer, chronic fatigue, and stroke and other problems, health challenges. But what else is in these vaccines? We wanted to know. Maybe you have seen some pictures from the microscope which look like parasites. Also, this beautiful Dr. Enby from Sweden had shown this in a live show under the microscope. Unfortunately, he died some days later. Others found that there were poisons from snakes, mussels, and scorpions. But maybe the most concerning one are these pictures from graphene oxide, which is forming chips and microcomputers in the blood and in the brain, going to the brain. And these forms, they form under the influence of electromagnetic frequencies. So if you put away all the EMFs and put the people into a Faraday cage, for example, they can't form. And that's very important to know in this connection, that because at night very often they put up the 5G power, like here on this. It has been. This is just newly been spread on different social medias, and this guy, he found out that the Omicron variant was caused by this 5G at night. And unfortunately, he got killed only 1 day before he should present his findings in the EU Parliament. This doctor here, he's a technician, not a doctor. He showed in a TED talk, which is, the link is here, that in one syringe, he can put in 1,000 billions of robots. I don't know how many zeros this is. So how the heck can we get that stuff out of us. And there are many recommendations, but I was really impressed when I saw pictures of blood before and after taking these nanosoma drops spray. And I'm also working on a possibility to make a study on this to see if it helps everybody with these nanobots, robots. The big problem is we can't find we can't find a group of persons who have clean blood today, because they spray that stuff everywhere, and so that's a big challenge. We need blood to compare it with before and after. There are a lot of pollutions which we can be aware of and see. Not all water pollution we can see, as Maneka will tell you more about in the air and from noise here as well. But the pollution from Wi-Fi and EMF, we can't see or smell or taste. But we can use some measurements, or we can use these people who are very allergic to these EMFs, the yellow, what's it called, birds. Well, since I'm so sensitive, I've tested lots of protection. I have spent, I think, about nearly 50,000 kroner on different types of protection here and around me. One of the cheapest one for telephone and tables, or is this which you just put on the telephone. But I'm very, very excited to test this new M-Guard, which I've seen protects 4 meters in all directions and takes away all the measurements on these instruments. That would be fantastic to have also in the car or in the airplanes. Since I am so I don't like this EMF and the chemtrails, I have liked to be in North Cyprus, where we have a flat also. And I also help my patients who are very sensitive to find some real estate there. But there are no chemtrails allowed. There's no 5G, no crimes. And the water and the electricity is clean too. But we have to talk a little bit about this tap water. It is not safe. This is just a new from April 2023 in Svalbard, where almost all findings and all tap waters tested showed Legionella. That's an older one from Norway, where it showed 50% of the tap water in Norway contains molds, and some asbestos, arsenic, aluminium, and atrazine, which is a pesticide which can make you gay. Well, their solution is more aluminium in the water, more chloride or graphene even. My solution is this water cleaner, Levoluc 8, which I like very, very much. But it's not cheap, and just at the end, for very, very low budgets, there's this urine therapy, which can even help to produce stem cells, and intermittent fasting, and this Celtic salt, which contains 80 minerals. So don't give up the hope. There's lots of hope and solutions around, and we are just changing. And thank you very much for your attention. Over to Maneka.
Thank you so much, Heiko, and thank you for helping so
Well
many
done.
people. Yes, Dolores, would you like to chip in also?
No, I just think well done, Heiko. Thank you so much, and for speaking out, in the early years, and for also highlighting the issues around that the injection was your property, and that you had the right to test it to see if it was safe and effective. So I think, do you want to say what's your most hopeful aspect of now, maybe Heiko, do you have hope?
Yeah, just a word to I thought this vaccine was mine, but later I found out now they all belong to the military and DARPA until they are put in your arm. But they didn't want to let that come out in a court case.
That's interesting.
Well, there are so many cooperatives around the world now building. I didn't talk about this gift-free, poison-free food here in Norway. And yeah, it's we have this binder group in Norway, which all the binders, which what's it called, the paperclip, which Andrew also from the MP from the UK is using still after he was here. And with your Custodean Institute, so I'm really looking forward to that. That's my biggest hope.
Thank you, Heiko, and thank you as well for all your support over the years for the World Doctors Alliance, the World Freedom Alliance, and for the water initiatives and the initiatives Birgit will talk about, and also for Custodean Institute. Thank you.
It was a pleasure and necessary. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Heiko. And now we go to the next speakers. And we really are so happy to work with Berit Börte from Norway. And Berit, you have also been doing many years diving into natural healing and diving into the solutions in so many different areas. And we're really looking forward to hearing about detoxing, about the important minerals and your contribution to actually solving all these health hazards around the world. So very big welcome, Berit.
Thank you so much, Maneka, for putting this all together. And what we are talking about today is the most important thing, I think, to address, because it's so devastating what they are doing to our health and life. So I will also put some PowerPoint together here, some sharing screen. This belt is over exactly where I'm going to.
Yes, while you're getting that in order, I just want to give a little background. We actually met, all of us, in Norway this autumn, Berit, Heiko, me, Dolores, and we really had a deep discussion about finding combinations and really good, powerful solutions that combined can actually really counteract what we're experiencing today. So just giving that little background. Thank you, Berit.
Yes, thank you, Maneka. Yeah, so I'm, as a biodynamic craniosacral therapist, I'm very aware of what the toxins are doing in our body. It's very difficult to connect with people bodily wise when they have all these toxins in them, because the toxins are blocking for the communication, the inner communication in the body. So the body is not function the way it should. It's like, it's blocking, and it's very bad. And it's very much the same around heavy metals and toxins, like what also Mona talked about, EMF. It's like free for all people or the industry to put out there all these chemicals and heavy metals, and then they have some trials afterwards and it can take years, many years, before they are saying, okay, this is not allowed anymore. So yes, and I also have experienced this myself. I have been very aware of EMF and how that's affecting me, and also the heavy metals, like they are antennas in your body for the EMF radiation. So both of them are super bad for us. So we have this heavy metals. This is some of the really worst one. and we have them in the water, in the food, in the air, and it destroys and breaks down our brain, heart, skin, cancer, bones, kidneys. Like cadmium, for instance, is super bad for the kidneys. So that's very, very important to be aware of. And like Heiko also addressed this trial, or the study they were doing on children. It's awful what they have done to the children, but also to the rest of the humanity and all life on Earth, actually. So and the arsenic, it's found in food. It's very much in rice, in all kinds of rice, actually, also ecological rice. The best rice you can buy is basmati ecological rice, but it's still in that type of rice. So, and then you have the mercury, which we have in fillings for many of us. And the reason they used mercury in the fillings in our teeth was because they see the teeth as something outside of the body. It's not connected to the body, so that's why they allowed it. It's horrible. So they and mercury, according to Dr. Klinghardt, it's the most toxic heavy metal before radioactive materials. So, and also the ones they are putting into our teeth are the worst. It's a metallic type of mercury. So it's another mercury in fish you will eat, which is not so poison as the metallic one you have in the teeth. So it took 20 years in Norway to get this. So it's not used normally, but Heiko also said that they're still using it for some people, and that's bad, of course. And in Europe and in US and many other places, they are still using mercury in fillings. And then you have lead, which can be found in old paint, and that also affects bone and brain and liver and kidneys. And then you have aluminium. Aluminium and mercury has been linked to Alzheimer's disease. So both of them are breaking down the brain and the nerves. So very, very bad. And for people, or for women, maybe also for men, this when we are going into the menopause, when the body is storing the heavy metals in the bone, the body is releasing this during the menopause. So it's a lot of things to be aware of, and I guess we will have much more knowledge about all this later on also, but still we have a lot already. And the very easy is all kinds of toxins. We should not have any of them, because even the small amount is hurting us very, very badly. So, and other chemicals as well, which was not mentioned here, is the BPA, plastic products. It's affecting the hormones and all kinds of other things. And barium is a radioactive materials. And then you have gadolinium, which are in the contrast liquid. That can also make nerve damage, and very, very bad. And then we have glyphosate, which is a big one. And I listened to a webinar with Dr. Zach Bush, and he said the top of the problem with glyphosate will come in 2050, because all these toxins are accumulating in the body. So they are bringing these toxins from the generations before us. And the first two generations which was exposed to glyphosate, they didn't have any particular problems, but the problems are coming more and more this later. We are having it in the environment, and also if people are not taking these toxins out, then it will affect the baby and so on. So, and then we have graphene oxide, which we have been familiar with or a little bit more known lately during what were put in the shots, and also in other stuff as well. So it's super bad. And then we have lead, I mentioned, and mercury, and also the PFAS, which are the forever chemicals. And they will found in cookware, for instance, Teflon type of cookware, and also in textiles and other things, and they will not break down. A lot of these other toxins is not going to break down either, so it's going to stay in the body, and it will go to next generation and next generation and next generation, and it's getting worse and worse. And that's why you also see that younger people today are more sick than our generation, who are a little bit older. So it's a huge problem. So glyphosate and arsenic, they are blocking for the uptake of nutrition in the gut. So to detox, like Karimade is saying here, is crucial. So if you have, we all have glyphosate, even if you are eating ecological food and living as healthy as we can, because all of this is coming with the air, of course, and we can't protect ourselves from all of this. So everyone are exposed to this, even if we are taking conditions and care for what we are putting in our body. So, and here is a medical trial they did many years ago. I was aware of it during a webinar with Dr. Klingert. And here you see a sheep who got 7 mercury fillings. And after 30 days, you can see where the mercury has gone into the body. And of course, you see a lot of it here in the stomach area, and also in the jaw area. So it's very bad. And then they said, okay, the sheep is have the eating of the sheep is a little bit special, maybe. So maybe that's the reason why you had so much of the mercury into the rest of the body. But then they also did another trial with an ape, a monkey, and they got the same result, actually. So and this was done many years ago. So Dr. Klinger said this alone should have stopped all kinds of mercury in fillings. And then we have the, like we said, the toxins are brought from the mother to the child. So it's the child which has a mother full of toxins will have a lot of burden of the toxins when they are born. So it's very important to know this, and I encourage everyone who is going to have a baby to detox before they are going to have that baby. And Heiko also said from Germany that I think he said 80% of the toxins is actually going into the baby. So that's very severe, and be careful, folks. And then we have the graphene oxide, and we are going to talk about the zeolite and how that can detox all of these toxins I have mentioned now before. So that's a very special substance or mineral that can absolutely take this out in a very safe way. So also the graphene oxide. So and heavy metals, and the toxicity and what kind of symptoms you can have. Of course, we have also been into the very severe and dangerous things, like it can give you, like cancer, all kinds of very deadly diseases as well. But you can be aware of this in the beginning, that if you are chronic tired, then this can be a warning. And many of these are a little bit similar also with the EMF radiation. So like headaches and difficulty falling asleep or staying asleep, or brain fog and struggling to concentrate and that sort of thing. So they are a little bit similar symptoms. And then you also have this trouble of losing weight, because the body will try to protect your body towards these toxins as much as possible. So it will capsule them into the fat cells. That's how they are protecting it. And how the heavy metals impact your energy. Mercury and arsenic can harm mitochondrial function. And mitochondria is where the ATP or the energy is it's the power plant in the body, in the cells. And so that's why you are tired and fatigued and that sort of things when you have arsenic and mercury in your body. It can also disrupt your hormones, leading to fatigue as well. And heavy metals can also alter the function of the thyroid gland, causing persistent tiredness. Toxins can also damage healthy cells, so which also can cause fatigue. Environmental toxins and heavy metals are one of the main contributors in the production of free radicals. And here is 5 heavy metals that are very linked to fatigue. And it's arsenic, and you find it in drinking water, air, the soil, and food, rice and chicken, and impact on the mitochondria, and impact your muscles and reduce our ability to recover. And it can cause confusion, headaches, and brain fog, and lead to constant tiredness. And mercury, you find it in seafood, but also in these silver fillings I was talking about. And even in vegetables. Also, the green leaves are taking up heavy metals very easily. So sorry for that, but it's how it is. And mercury causes a lack of energy as well, because of this mitochondrial function interfering with that, and also the same with the thyroid function. And mercury attacks the nervous system, and fatigue and chronic tiredness, muscle weakness, headaches, poor recall, and concentration. And then you had lead. Some you will also find in batteries, cosmetics, and ceramics, and plumbing pipes, and old plumbing pipes and paints. And so in older homes that will be quite common. And then you also have it in food. It impacts the central nervous system and makes you fatigue and anemia. Also in anemia, if you had that, check out your lead poisoning. And then you have neurological issues, brain fog and confusion, joint and muscle pain, gastrointestinal problems. And then you have aluminium, which you have in cans, in kitchen foils. Many are using the kitchen foils to make food. And of course, that's have aluminium, so don't use it. Use other ways to do that. And in cookware, personal care items like deodorant and more. And what it can lead to is issues like issues with sleep, fatigue and exhaustion, weakened immune system, breathing complications, neurological effects. And then we have cadmium, and some says that is one of the most toxic heavy metals. They still have this in the fuel for cars. So if you are driving a car, you will have this into your body mostly. And then it's in tobacco, smoke, rechargeable batteries, paint, pigments, and some foods, especially chocolate.
Oh my God.
Yeah, sorry. So yeah, and it's like I said, the kidneys, it destroys them. It's super bad for the kidneys and liver, and can cause fatigue, nausea, rapid heartbeat, and weakened bones. So how environmental toxins hurt the thyroid. And according to Dr. Wendy Myers, all kinds of thyroid problems is caused by heavy metals and toxins. So that's good to be aware of, because then you can address it actually. And cadmium is one of them. It's a heavy metal. And arsenic is also a heavy metal. Mercury, a heavy metal. BPA and phospholates, plastics. They can also interrupt with the hormone binding. And I'm not going through all of this, but it's affecting the T3 and T4 in different ways. And then we also have the dioxins, which are chemicals, and it's a byproduct of manufacturing herbicides and bleaching paper goods. So then we have the solution, which is a natural crystalline mineral called zeolite, clinoptilolite, which is the natural zeolite, and it's made when lava meets seawater. Then you will have this zeolite, which is a crystalline mineral. And it's a rock, so you have to put it into a smaller particle size, so it's actually possible to take up the toxins in the body. And it's a company called Touchstone Essentials who have made this possible to detox the whole body in a very gentle way. And it can also reach the cellular level and goes the blue one, Pure Body Extra. It's going everywhere we have water in our body, which is also here in our body. So it's everywhere, absolutely everywhere. And it takes out toxins on cellular level. It's nano-sized. It's only the sizing which are nano. So it's not a nanotechnology. So the very good thing about the zeolite is it's not the body doesn't have receptors for zeolite, so it's not going into a process of biological or organic process in the body. It was just like a shower in your body. You will spray it or take the drops, and it would just go through your body in 4 to 6 hours, and then it will go out again. And also when it's also capsuling it's capsuling the toxins, so the toxins are not coming into contact with the body, so you will not have any detox symptoms also by using it. So and it will be sealed also when it's out of the body, so it will not go into the environment again. Also when it's out of the body, you have stopped the whole process with the toxins by using this one. It's a lot of other brands on the market as well, and some are synthetic, and you should absolutely not use them. And it's also a lot of other brands which doesn't have the analysis and the lab tests you would like to have from a product like this, because some of them can be actually harmful, like the synthetic one is harmful actually. So All of us, we use this one because it's lab tested, it's third party tested, and it's a company which are transparent in what they are doing. It's a family owned company, so they have control of the whole process. It's no global interest or economical interest from outside in this company, which are very, very good, and the whole family are working in this company. So here you also see how the zeolite is embracing the toxins. So you can see the toxins is the very black one here, and it's surrounded by the zeolite, so it will not come in contact. The toxins will not come in contact with the blood or the organs on the way out, and the zeolite is not using the body's organ either to take out the toxins. So so that's I think that's the most easy and safest way to, and also it's yeah, you will not have this detox symptom, which are actually poisoning symptoms of other types of products you are using. So with this one, you will not have that one, and it will also take the burden out of the organs you have in your body. So here is one. Here is the blood before and 3 weeks after, and you see on the right side the after picture, and it's the son of a microscopist who has this blood, and he was going to have a heart transplant, but his liver was too compromised to do that. So and then she started to use the Pure Body Extra zeolite, and after yeah, and then he went back into 3 weeks after to using the Pure Body Extra, and then he went back to the doctors, and then he was fine. So he wasn't going to go through any transplantation or anything. Both the liver and the heart was okay. So that's fantastic. And also here is a boy of 16. It's a mother of this boy who sent this this testimonial back to Dr. Kari Madej. And he was disabled out of the blue from one day to another. And he was shaking, hitting himself, non-verbal, falling down, refusing to eat, lost too much weight, and he was skinny already. So in a whole year, he was living like this. And in only 2 weeks, this zeolite transformed his life. So, and one night he also drank a full bottle, and the next day he could speak again. So it's, yeah, this also just say how much the toxins and heavy metals are disrupting your health, and in a very severe way. And here is Karen Thomas, and she is an author and craniosacral therapist, and she has written a book about her experience with her son who had autism, and she has healed her son naturally by also part of it using this zeolite to help him get rid of the toxins. And here you also can see how the children are getting so much better in increased language use, calmer behavior, increased focus, improved eye contact, and much more. So it's super important to take out the toxins. And we have a special offer today where you can have $50 off on your first order, and you can scan the QR code here and get the offer. And that's for both of the zeolite, the spray here, which you take 4 spray 3 times a day, and then also 4 drops of this 3 times a day. And if you have an allergy to metals or something, start slower. Start with 1 of each 3 times a day, and then you gradually goes up to 4 3 times a day. You can even go further on, because it's but you will have to feel it in for yourself. And together with this, because this is taking out all the toxins I have been talking about previously, and together with that, it's also very important to have a mineral, because our soil is depleted, so we don't get the minerals we should through the food. And many of the minerals we have in health stores and so on are synthetic, and these are natural, so it comes from Mother Earth, and it's fulvic acid, and it's also trace minerals in this, which is also very important. And it's also have a little bit of this zeolite for the gut. This product has been made especially for gut health, but it's also so important for all kinds of recovery. The minerals, we must have the minerals to repair our body. So this together with the 2 zeolite is very, very powerful. And you can also have a special offer today with this, get the first bottle for only $10. Also, you can scan the QR code here. And then Heiko mentioned a little bit Dr. Peter McCullough's protocol for spike proteins and blood clots, and nattokinase, and here is the protocol he has, and here also you have a link to the Twitter where he is talking about this. And here is his science paper for coming up with this protocol. So I'm just not going through this, but just mention it. And here is the abstract. So, and also Judy Mikowitz has gone forward with talking about how important nattokinase is, and bromelain. And the other name, which is very difficult to say, so, but all of them is actually in this green energy. So this is a very, very important for all of them who have taken the jabs, but also people being shedded and and so on. This green energy is also giving your body a lot of energy because of it gives oxygen to your blood. So nattokinase also have very good effect on blood pressure. So it's a special offer also for this today. So you can have get your first green energy for only $10. And as I said, it gives your body energy. I have stopped drinking coffee now. I'm just using this one, and it's you have a balanced energy throughout the day. And it's even more nattokinase and bromelain. In this, it's 10,000 units, and Dr. McCullough, he said 2,000 units twice a day. So this has much more nattokinase, and it's all natural, and the price is also much cheaper than the product Peter McCullough has. So you can also scan the QR code here to get this offer if you want. And then it's also another toxins I will talk about, and it's the sugar, which also makes a lot of problems. And now also Mayo Clinic has come up with that you have this diabetes 3, which is kind of a Alzheimer disease also coming from sugar. And this product, glucocontrol, balance the blood sugar immediately. And here you can see a trial where a person is eating the same meal, and then you see how it is without the glucocontrol on the left, and then also you see the blood sugar levels on the right side here after taking the glucose control. We have also good experience with people who are gluten allergic to gluten. They also have effect on taking the glucose control. Also, the problems are getting away then. So, and then also we have a special offer for this glucose control for the people who would like to try out that one. And you can save $50 on your first bottle of glucose control. So it's powerful, totally natural products we are presented here, and yeah, it's I'm very optimistic when we have all these products. If I wouldn't have known them, I might have been very pessimistic about the future. But we have actually so much solutions, and it's amazing, and it's necessary to share it. So I'm so thankful for Maneka and Dolores and Heiko and everyone who is working for putting the solutions out there. And yeah, we have enormous possibilities, and our bodies have a lot of resources. As a craniosacral therapist, I see how much resources we have in ourselves, but we need to take out the bad stuff, because then we can heal. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Berit. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and these powerful solutions. And I can actually just share really briefly that I had an incident this autumn where I was, yeah, I can say it openly. I've already talked about it. I was probably poisoned, and I had huge problems. I still do have some problems, but when I called Heiko because I know how much knowledge he has, and he was just straight away, you need to take the nanozeolite. Like, that is what will do it's more the heavy stuff that like is hard to get out of the cells. And I took the nanozeolite, and it was really like night and day. Like, I cleared up my whole, because I had so much brain fog. I was so tired. I had pain in my body. I had almost allergic reactions, but it wasn't allergic reaction. So it was a very strange like symptoms, and the zeolite was actually one huge part of the shift. And then of course the water I'm going to talk about also was like essential. When I was without it for just a couple of days, the symptoms became much worse. So yeah, I always like test things on myself. Like, if I have a good experience and I can see it in people, that is the best evidence for me. And just like you said, when you see people actually recovering, actually having these huge shifts, that's what we're here for, right? So huge thank you, Berit, for bringing that super important key and solution to the table. So thank you so much for being with us today. And this will be recorded, and we'll also put the links below this recording so that you can go in and have a look for yourself in everything that we've talked about. So thank you so much, Berit, for being with us today.
Welcome.
So there we go. Yes, so now it's my turn. And as you know, I'm passionate about the water. I will just a minute, I'll just look at the time. So I have that there. Yeah, perfect. And I will share today my journey with water, but also around, this is not just coming from me, but as I said, in the World Freedom Alliance, in my years also following my amazing father, medical doctor Mikael Nordfors, and watching his journey of actually discovering so many cures and so many ailments for people that the ordinary medical system don't help. Like, and I've also experienced these things firsthand. I've had chronic Lyme's disease for 5 years. I was actually paralyzed on my left side. It was quite severe at one point. I've also had chronic inflammation because of an injury in my chest that went, so I was in severe pain for almost 2 years. So when you've had these kind of huge health challenges that I've actually managed together also with my beautiful network and my father, and you know, these health tools that I had to figure out on my own. I got no support from the medical system, and I know a lot of people are experiencing that right now. Also, those that have been injured by the jab, those that have like chronic Lyme or lots of other diseases where you go to the doctor and they almost laugh at you and say that, oh no, it's something in your head. You're just crazy. You're making this up. Like when I was paralyzed in my left side, I was like, is this psychological? Like, am I making this up? I don't think so. So, well, anyway, I've had to find my own solutions, and I could talk for ages around it. But the water, actually understanding, because I've taken so many supplements, so many treatments, but when I understood that we're actually made out of mostly water, 70% water, and so many people out there, they try everything. They try the diets, they try the workouts, the supplements, and it's all good. It's nothing against it. There are many things that, like the nanoceolite or exercises and all of this, that can actually help as well. But when I found out that the water is such a big, huge part of health that I wasn't aware of, and that so many people out there are not aware of, that they just consume bad water and bad toxins and everything that comes with it. You can't smell it, you can't see it in the water, and so many unnecessary health problems come from that. So yeah, like I said, I can talk for ages. I'll try to stick to the plan here. And just a little background first about me and where all this started and where it came from. So my story is that actually very, very early, I understood that I wanted to contribute to something bigger in the world. I had this beautiful family where everyone, like a hippie family, everyone was just like, go for it. Yes, go for your dreams. I've hit my head in the wall a lot of times, but at the same time, this belief that if we're enough people that can actually take the steps, we will be able to change this. So I've been involved in international organizations since 2005 in New Earth Project, part of building the New Earth Scandinavia. I've been very involved in trying to change the school system, democracy, also studying permaculture, eco villages, and what succeeds, what are the success factors in that. So I've done a lot of studies, and I really wanted to change the school system and became a teacher, and really just ended up super stressed when you have these big visions and you've done a lot of things, and then you end up in a 9-to-5 job where you don't have time, you don't have finances, you don't have any energy, also having faced all these health problems. I was just like, okay, this is not what I signed up for. This is not what I wanted to do. So me and my husband at the time, we had this, you know, beautiful life of living in a villa. We had no time. We were super stressed. That system doesn't serve us. That was what we found. It didn't give us what we wanted to do. We wanted to have a more huge impact. We wanted our kids to have a better future. So in 2019, we looked into the water that I'm going to talk about today. And we had studied water before and understood that it doesn't just have to be clean. There are lots of factors to water to make it super powerful and healthy for our bodies. But when we saw this water, and as entrepreneurs as well, I'd been working as a coach. My husband had a transport company. We really understood that this could be a way both for our health, but also as an entrepreneurship, as a company, as a business, to support our family to actually make more of a difference and be able to be with our kids and make more a positive impact in the world. So after a year, I could actually quit my teacher's job, which laid the foundation for me being able to co-found World Freedom Alliance and the International Water Awareness and lots of other initiatives, having the time to do so, having the finances and energy to do so. And today we live on a small farm in southern Sweden because we want to grow our own food, know where the food comes from. We want to have time with our kids. We want them to be away from radiation. And we also want to work towards a larger vision and supporting others to do the same. So today we're leading the most successful water team in Scandinavia, working with actually spreading the word about water, educating people about water, called the Omni Community, and working as an Enagic affiliate, which is something I'll talk more about later. But first, just to summarize the health hazards that attack our physical integrity today, and of course there are more of them, but these are some of the main things that I want to bring up. So the first one is the water, which is, there's so much more to do. There's so much education to do, so much more information that needs to get out there about all the toxins, everything, how water is mistreated and how chemicals are just circulating our systems. And of course, it's the air pollutions, and that also toxins are spread across the world. You can even find it on the top of Mount Everest. You can find PFAS. You can find these toxins that have been spread through the air in most wells, in most places of the world, unfortunately, which means that we have to protect ourselves as good as we can with the tools that we have. And then we have the radiation that we've talked about, which is just increasing and causing severe health damage to not just us as men and women, but also the plants and animals and ecosystems. And then, of course, the food, how it's mistreated and how the finances are driving the food industry, how it's connected to the medical industry, and the you know, the circle of kind of a financial business plan more than anything that we're a part of, where people are benefiting from people being sick, from being poor, from being having toxins in their systems, because it causes health problems and you need to go and buy medication, etc. And one very important health hazard that I want to bring up here that is not spoken about enough, and being a teacher and a mother, I'm very passionate about the children in the world. That's actually how all of this started for me, being in India and seeing being devastated of how we as humanity, we can't even take care of our kids. Like, what are we doing, guys? We can't even take care of our most valuable little children in the world. So one thing that I see as a severe health hazard is poverty and financial attacks that are right now happening in our world. And just to give, I won't go deeply into that, but that's like setting the context of why small businesses and local communities are so important to counteract this poverty that is growing or not growing, but it is present in the world. And just to give you, this is just one small devastating piece of fact, that the child poverty as a health hazard before and after COVID-19 went from 47% to 56%, while a huge number of billionaires became super, super rich. Like, this is the reality, guys, that the ones that are taking the damage are the people on the ground. It's the children. It's like a system malfunction. And what we need to do, like we did in the World Freedom Alliance, we need to work across the field internationally on a broad level and actually then take the action steps to counteract that, to build the new. And the water, as you know, is fundamental for our survival, and it can also give people on the ground food on the table so that we can counteract this poverty. So just want to bring up some international heroes that are really addressing this. Some of them have been mentioned, some not. So Robert Kennedy Jr. Has been involved around water and water toxins in water for almost 30 years. He's been running court cases against chemical factories and started the organization, the Water Keepers. So Robert Kennedy is really like huge hero. He was a part of starting up the World Freedom Alliance, the Children's Health Defense, and he's really a lawyer standing up against big pharma and corporate corruption. So if he sees a truth, he speaks it. And of course, like everyone else, he's been like bad mouths and they try to stop him. But when he comes with like winning the court cases, comes with lots of evidence, we need to just look at the facts, not the mainstream media when it comes to these things. And you see the same thing across the board when people actually look at the facts, when scientists come with research they've done for 20 years and it doesn't fit into the mainstream kind of picture, they get harassed, they get financially attacked, they get bad mouths, they like it's kind of a protocol. But you have to kind of see through that and look for yourself. Another person is Catherine Austin Fitts. She has unveiled economic corruption in the world big time, like in the US debt, how huge it is and how they've tried to hide that. She has the Solari report where you can go and have a look at her work. She also works with Robert Kennedy and Children's Health Defense. She's been a part of, the startup of World Freedom Alliance. And she again and again and again talks about supporting small business owners, about the local community, and also financial transparency, how important that is to counteract this global corruption. And another dear friend and supporter is Sanna Edin. She's a professor in immunology and cellular biology, a bit similar to Dolores. She has health protocols, fasting protocols, also working with how the importance of water and water fasting, how that can actually detoxify you, and also the different health protocols for detoxing and strengthening the immune system, and also the connection between the mind and the body and the spirit, like how it all is connected. And she's a best-selling author in many countries as well. So her passion is really to bring you the tools to be health sovereign so that you can take responsibility for your health. And she also really stresses the importance of water in this. Another doctor, medical doctor, is Dr. Hiromi Shinya from Japan. In Japan, they do have a lot of amazing science. And in my experience, they're much more truthful and they look at the facts. They're much more, just like with the shots, they actually got full informed consent. And it was illegal for people in Japan to fire people, from my knowledge, for not taking the shots. So at least I feel the Japanese people have a sense of honor. They do follow, at least follow the research. But Hiromi Shinya is one of the leading medical doctors in the area of gut health, and he works with Kangen water, with electrolyzed reduced water, because he has seen that when you change your water and your diet, 70% of all gut health issues are gone. So people have to go on that protocol before he's even treating them, which says so much about the importance also of good water for actually, and your gut is so central for your health. So yes, that's some of the people that work in this area. And talking with like thousands of people, like listening to people that you've heard here today, it boils down to a few different problems and solutions that you can see when you analyze the root causes of health problems and their solutions. And I won't go deep into it, but just want to mention it to you. that oxidation is a huge problem that is solved by antioxidants. And oxidation is also caused by radiation. So when radiation comes into the body, it causes oxidative stress. So you need to protect yourself from radiation, of course. And the positive charge is very negative. You, of course, counteract that with negative charge, with nature, sun, negatively charged water, with raw food, supplements, etc. Then we have toxins, where we need to detoxify. We have the lack of nutrition and minerals, where we need good water and good food, free of toxins and good origin. We have poor gut health, so you need to take care of your microbiome and gut health. And we also have poverty and financial stress, like I said, where the solution is to build small businesses and financial sovereignty, which is why I choose to work with, good things that do good for people, where I can support my family and then also support others to do the same. So let's dive into water and why it's so important in the whole equation of what we're doing. So our bodies consist of 70% water. It's the foundation for life. And why are not more people aware about the proper qualities of the water that you drink? So first you need to ask, what water are you drinking today? So a lot of people, they believe tap water is just fine. They hear, oh, we have the best water possible, like here in Scandinavia, especially. They don't know the truth of all the medical residues, the, cyanobacteria, even heavy metals, all of that is not seen in the water, but that really affects our health really, really badly. And then we have bottled water. Some people are aware and they go to bottled water, but that water, like you'll see, it's dead. It can contain microplastics, etc. So it's not an alternative. Then some people go the next step. Well, then I'll purify my water, and they might even distill the water. What they don't know in those processes is that a lot of these very essential minerals will be depleted from the water. What they don't know either is that this water can actually be super positively charged, which means it will actually remove essential minerals and things that are good for you from the body, and it will cause acidosis in the body. And then some people say, well, I've got a well, that's fine. I have good water in my well. And yeah, who knows? It depends. But like I said, there's so many chemicals like circulating in our ecosystems that not many places are free of these toxins. Just like we have a well here in the country, and we had one of our water researchers here testing the water, and it was very acidic, and it also had impurities from the farming industry, like nitrates and things like that. So it's not safe either to just rely on these water sources. And the main problems with our water is the toxins. It's also that the water goes through pipes and is pressured together or put in bottles where the charge goes away, where it becomes dead and also even positively charged water. And the water can also be very acidic, just like it was in our tap. And then in like the tap water, they might add chemicals to make it less acidic, but those chemicals are harmful for us. And it's kind of like a fake pH level if you look at the pH of tap water. So the toxins and chemicals, we have talked a lot about it, but we should really not take our water for granted. There are thousands of unregulated chemicals in our water. And I've talked to people at water treatment plants. I've talked to scientists. Some of them say that, in your presentations, it's much, much worse than you say. So we have found medical residues, heavy metals, PFAS, aluminium, and even cyanobacteria that is known to cause, cancer, ALS, so many other different problems and health issues. It's just like you wouldn't go into a store and buy a package of juice and it's got toxins in it, right? But when it comes to water, it seems like people just shove it under the carpet because they don't want to take the consequences. They don't want to actually see what's going on. And with the water researchers that I've worked with that have pointed this out to politicians, to the media, to health authorities, they've just been met with throwing this under the carpet. Even there was a media article being written about it, and it even got stopped before it got out, about cyanobacteria in the drinking water of Malmö in Sweden. So this is also in a connection with the paper industry and other industries that they don't want to disrupt because they get too much money from it. And also a very severe problem happening right now is that water treatment plants are treating water with aluminium, which is completely mad and crazy because we know aluminium causes a huge amount of health problems. And I really want to mention that in Sweden, we actually had a breakthrough quite recently. In the High Court of Sweden, there was a ruling that it's not allowed to have toxins in the water, even though it's not regulated. And this was quite a big step. There were people that were, what do you say? They had the toxin PFAS in the water, and they really had many years of court cases to bring it to this point because people were getting serious health issues. And the water treatment plant said, well, it was not regulated, so we are innocent. But the High Court actually said that no, this is actually a product, just like I said, just like you buy a package of juice or whatever from the store, it shouldn't be toxins in it. Like, it's very logical, actually. So, but there's still so many toxins in the water, but this was a big step in the right direction, and where we hope in the International Water Awareness and with the help of Dolores to actually give the power to people to test their own water, and then also tell the authorities that we know what's in the water, that will, one small step at a time, actually make sure everyone has clean water in the end. So, like I said, another problem is bad pipes and bottled water, because the water doesn't just have to be clean. It has to have a negative charge to actually hydrate our bodies. But when the water is badly treated, it makes the structure and the charge of the water really bad for our health. And the plastic bottled water also causes a huge plastic epidemic. There are even, like, in the oceans, there are islands of plastic, and there are microplastics in the ecosystems, in the fish, in the sea, in ourselves. A lot of us have microplastics, which is completely, terrible for our health. Another problem is the acidic water, and that it leads to acidosis, which is a huge growing ground for a lot of health problems. And if you expose yourself to acidic water, food, radiation, all of this that causes acidity, then the body always have to struggle, because the pH balance in the body is very delicate. So the body will take from tendons and muscles and the good things in your body to keep the right pH balance. But if you give yourself water that is slightly alkaline, then you'll actually stop this acidosis in the body. So the main health problems caused by bad water is dehydration. 75% of people are dehydrated no matter how much bad water you drink because it doesn't get absorbed by the cells, causing so many unnecessary health problems. And then it's acidosis, which is caused by radiation, toxins, stress, bad food, bad water, and also a growing ground for many health problems. And the last one is chronic inflammation, which is the body's way of trying to get rid of all of this crazy things entering your body. And when it cannot, it creates these like pockets of chronic inflammation, which I've experienced like firsthand in my life, what it can do. So the solution that has been we've done a lot of work to like research, to look around, to look at all the alternatives, but it boils down to what is called electrolyzed reduced water, which is actually medical grade water. It's medically certified in Japan because of its healing properties. And it's based on the most powerful healing spring water in the world, because that is the water that we are meant to have in our bodies. So 50 years ago, Japanese researchers started to research one of these powerful springs in Okinawa. And because people were having strong healings and they were coming to these springs to get the water and bathe in the water and drink the water. And in Okinawa, Japan, they also have this blue zone that they think the water is one part of it, where people live over 100 years and they're super healthy. And what they found, these researchers, is that the water had a negative charge. It was ionized naturally. It was structured. It was full of molecular hydrogen, very pure and clean. And what they did is that they developed a technology that resembled this water so that more people could have the best water for themselves and their family. And one of the main factors here is molecular hydrogen. It's known to be therapeutic in over 170 diseases. There are large amounts of data if you go to PubMed or Google Scholar to research on it. It's a super powerful antioxidant and anti-inflammatory. It creates this negative charge that helps the body to detoxify constantly. And like I could go on and on. There's so many studies and so many good things about molecular hydrogen. So just to show you, because I love to test things myself, and just to show you a little bit what we've been testing with the water, there's much more to say. But actually just a couple of weeks ago, a month ago, I had a water researcher, a chemist in our home that wanted to look at our water. And like I said, he tested the tap water, or we tested the tap water, and we saw it was acidic. It had, remnants from the farming industry. But after it had gone through this technology, there were no remnants of toxins, heavy metals, nothing like that. And he had never seen anything like that before. And one thing that you can see with electrolyzed reduced water is also how on blood analysis, you can see it very, very fast. Before you drink Kangen water, the blood is all clotted and not healthy. And then just 12 minutes after drinking the ionized water, the blood clots are gone and the blood is flowing. And this I've also seen on my own body, like done it for myself. We also measure the levels of molecular hydrogen over 0.5. It's medical grade water, and this is 1 to 0.8. And if you want to do your own research, there are lots of scientific articles on electrolyzed reduced water against stomach issues, oxidative stress, diabetes, also disinfection. This is there are lots of pH levels from this technology of water. I won't go into it now, but there's actually water that you can disinfect with and you can clean your vegetables with, so it's free of glyphosate and toxins. So this, of course, is huge in removing even more toxins in your home. It's also known to protect DNA damage, which is so important in present day. So what then happens in the body if you give it this best quality water that I have found out there? What you see is increased hydration that is essential for your body to function. You see antioxidant properties that counteracts this oxidative stress that is caused by, radiation, stress, toxins, all of this. And you get an increased cellular function of actually nutrition and water and waste products coming out of the cells and nutrition's coming in and oxygen, which increases the energy levels, strengthens the immune system and the overall health as well. And what I think is important to think about when we've heard people today is, there are toxins not just in the food and in the water, that it exists on so many levels. So when we drink good water that is actually detoxifying us all the time, this is what I feel one of the most important things to protect yourself and your family and detox yourself on a daily basis. Like, this needs to happen all the time. And I think I will jump over this. But just again, going back to the summary of the health hazards and solutions and what is attacking our health, I want to, because this was the piece about the water, and just real short, because I know time is running out, I want to jump into radiation and what we can possibly do to a possible solution or maybe amelioration of the health problems. So like we've said, there are lots of sources of EMF, smog and electromagnetic noise, which is harmful for our health. And I know I've been announcing, like, there's this big announcement coming. And what I am here to announce is that Enagic, that also does this water protection devices, like water technology that protects you from getting toxins in your water, actually has a solution, a possible solution. Of course, we need to try it ourselves. I would love to test it, all of this, but this is nothing that you have ever seen before. From my knowledge of this, like anything that this company does, they do it very thoroughly. They do it with a huge scientific base, and they know that this is a huge problem with people having radiation problems, etc. So what they have created is the M-Guard, which is a powerful EMF protection device that is actually launching for the first time the 15th of May right now. So this device, you can take it with you anywhere. It's actually the first device that I've seen, and I've done quite a lot of research in this area for many years. It's the first device that I have seen that where you can measure the effects straight away, where you can see on a meter that the radiation actually goes down really, really almost to zero. So it suppresses radiation with a diameter of 8 meters. So you can take it with you in your car, in your, even, on your airplane, or wherever you are, on your offices, you can actually have it with you and create like a bubble of protection. And behind this is over 7 years of very heavy research and certification and patents. It's produced by Enagic that has 50 years on its neck, and they know what they're doing. Anything they're doing is very, very solid and very, very researched. So I'd like to just share a video so you can see with your own eyes what it actually does. Let me see. Yeah. I'll just have to go out of this one because this is a very, very powerful video, and you can see directly he's going to show you with a mesh, like with a meter, exactly what happens when he turns on this device. So let me know if you can hear this. I will just see if can do like this.
Guys, I am totally shocked. What I'm going to show in this video is going to blow some of your minds.
Yeah,
My name is
thumbs
Simon.
up.
I'm here in Hong Kong. We just checked into our room here, okay, downtown Hong Kong. And when three of us, when we walked into this room, we felt a little bit dizziness, a little bit of weight on our chest, and we knew instantly there was something wrong with the room. And one of our colleagues whipped out this app on his phone, and this app, basically what it does is it can tell you, see, based on where I turn it, it will tell you all the cell towers that is around the area. So take a look at this. I'm going to start from here. You have Vodafone, you have all these kind of different cell towers everywhere. Look at that. Okay, I'm going to come over here. It's a lot of cell towers here, everywhere. All right, it's a concrete jungle. Take a look at this, okay? So we decided to do some experiment of ourselves. So definitely the M-Guard is, we have our M-Guard with us everywhere we go, but it's not turned on now. I'm going to use the first tool that we have here, which is the RD9300. I want you to see this. I'm going to turn on the RD. In this room itself, it's showing about 0 of power density. So this room actually is fine, okay? However, I'm going to go nearer to the window and I'm going to go nearer to the cell tower. I want you guys to see the power density reading coming out onto my detector right now. It is 2,700, 2,900 microwatts of power density. And the cell tower is right there. You can see that 3 sticks is right there. It's about 50 meters away. And that's on this side of the room. So can you look at this? If I go back here, when the ring is away, it drops back down to 0, 200. And the moment I come to this side, where there's also a lot of cell towers, just look at that. I don't even...
I'll just take forward a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, just taking it forward a bit because we can't see all of it.
Look at the wave spectrum. It's gone down. I'm going to unplug the M-Guard. Right. How about this suppression? All right. Take a look at the suppression, guys. Here, take a look at the suppression. Boom. With the M-Guard turned on. And let me turn on the detector. Take a look at that. Where it was showing 2,900, it's now showing 0. So then you can come near to the detector. I'm all the way at the window. It's showing 0. Now my M-Guard turned on. So guys, this place and this technology is unbelievable. If you guys are watching this, I want you guys to bring your M-Guard everywhere you go, especially in cities like this, and make sure you always keep yourself protected. See you guys soon.
Oh my God. Did you see that, everyone? Yes. Do you understand how huge this is? I don't know if everyone understands, but it actually went away on the meter. I've never ever seen this before in any kind of device. And I know I'm running out of time a bit, but I just have to show you guys this because I know how much it can actually heal people and help people with such a device where you can actually remove or powerfully just suppress these really dangerous this really dangerous radiation. So yeah, and we have to like do our own readings, but just a summary that we can protect ourselves from the toxins. There's this beautiful technology that is the solution that I'm working with, and so many thousands of people like me. And there is the possibility to actually earn a living and create another, local. You can have your own businesses and your own income streams through just spreading the word about this. Because, like I said, the importance of conscious entrepreneurship around positive things that do help people and support your families, that counteract poverty, that brings time and energy and health to people, is super important in the whole equation, and something I'm very passionate about, supporting as many others as possible to also have their own conscious entrepreneurships. So that for me is what makes it possible to be creators, to create what we're here to do, to create eco-villages or initiatives, or protect our children and build a positive future for the world and for our children. So yes, with that being said, thank you for listening in. And
Thank you so much, Maneka. Wonderful, wonderful. And do we have any questions from Maneka? I know you have thousands of people now in your bigger networks, Maneka, isn't that right? Which is amazing.
Yes, tens of thousands of people. And actually, the biggest organization is called the Global Prosperity Movement. It's led by a Canadian man, Balázs Kardos, and he's passionate about actually bringing, ending poverty, like ending, also passionate about families staying together, because a huge part of divorces and children not having their parents, or stress for parents, is finances. And we need to address that as something that is super important, because there's a lot, I mean, there's a lot of taboo around finances and these things. Oh no, you shouldn't make money. Oh, money doesn't grow on trees, and this and that. But we do need to support these initiatives if we're going to move forward. So yeah, and I know you know that more than anything as well, Dolores. Thank you
Yes,
for
absolutely.
But Dolores, happy to give the word over to you again before we end with a discussion, and also can answer some more questions. So
very good.
Hand over the speaker stick to you.
Okay, great. My computer, as always, just when I'm starting now, has gone a little bit slow, but anyway, we'll bear with us. And thank you so much, Maneka, and for your leadership role as well, including in the World Freedom Alliance and in shifting people onto the creative entrepreneurial mindset, which hasn't been easy, right? It hasn't been easy.
No,
Okay.
no, it's just like you were saying before. For me, it feels like a part of the psychological operations that, okay, some people are allowed somehow to have huge amounts of money, but then when it comes to locally, it's very tense, and people bring each other down more than lift each other up. And that's what you said about the custodian, like people actually coming together and supporting each other, lifting each other up, how we need to go out of that negative mindset and actually support each other to come anywhere. So yeah, thank you for that, Dolores. Go ahead.
No problem. Exactly. Thank you. So what I'm going to do, if it's okay, is just put the Custodean Institute in the context again of the World Freedom Alliance, just to give the background and to the law, because, Mona was saying that she's very disappointed with the system of accountability, which is true. So what people may not be aware is why I've been giving the context of law versus legal for the last few years, even though my background is science. So it's going to be just an introduction to Custodian, a background to the law, and then how do we actually strategically and in a worldwide network develop a precedence in order to ensure accountability in relation to, for example, water and the importance of not having toxins or poison. So it'll go from the background to how the law works and why it hasn't been working for the last few years, a brief background in science, and then to put it all together in the Custodean Institute. And thank you, Maneka, as well, and to our friends who have allowed us to develop web pages and that people can support it. And this is the website if people want to support it. And then there will be an enrollment for people who decide to then become members. Because partly we are all very censored. And what we've been doing for the last few years, including with Maneka and in our networks, is to try and build non-censored or networks that will make it difficult for us to be censored. And that's part of this entrepreneurial network that Maneka has been building, and her team of thousands of people, and with Heiko and Berit. Okay, so as I said earlier on, just the key word for Custodean Institute is audit. So you can audit your own health. How the system that's against us work is you will own nothing and be happy. So you can also audit your name and the ownership of your home. So you can essentially just audit where you are as a baseline, and then actually look and see whether you can improve that baseline or take ownership of the property of your home, of your farm, of your name, or also audit your status and then see if a particular treatment or combination of treatments improves with, say, the load of toxic chemicals or heavy metals you have in your body. And then again, very briefly, so the World Freedom Alliance, and thank you to Heiko and Maneka and everybody involved in it, has actually built the network that we are leveraging, including in the Custodean Institute and everything I do. So I'm very grateful to everyone who has shared our videos and volunteered and led many initiatives around the world, including the people that Maneka mentioned. And then this is also built on building the new, really, and resist and protect are the two of the three actions that I'm going to talk about today in the World Freedom Alliance. And as many people, including people on this call, will know, that we have been working to try and build local networks and also local entrepreneurial networks like private members associations or cooperatives, for people to understand that in order to be healthy, physicians that we work with, also called doctors, have to be able to give lawful treatments, and that those physicians or doctors or nurses have to be able to collectively push back if they are being coerced to not give healthy treatment, or if they're being forced to give treatment that is not healthy. And in order to really push back against the system, we need thousands and tens of thousands of people. And that's why the World Freedom Alliance has been networking people all over the world. And what we want to do now is to leverage the entrepreneurial networks for people involved in this call and the water networks to work together in order to make people accountable. Because really, part of the way for us to shift this is for us to work together with thousands of people. And what I say is, the analogy I give is that we push back instead of the system that we're fighting against, which is described here. Again, I'm only putting it up because this is one of the important slides I think that people want to know. And what they do is they put the arms of the police or the judicial system against us individually. But what we can do in the system that we're working on now is actually hold individual people accountable, like attorney generals or people who are regulating the physicians, doctors, or regulating the food, water, or healthcare system. Okay, so then that's just the context of Custodean Institute. So what this talk is just going to be is to very quickly walk you through how we're going to combine the auditing and evidence creation mechanism using science and techniques like mass spectrometry and statistical analysis, and to combine that to provide lawful evidence that can establish a precedence in an example like a pregnant woman who's working or has an apartment where there is a 5G tower, and we would support her to stop the 5G tower as a worldwide precedence, or to challenge in a nation like Sweden, where the Supreme Court has already said that there cannot be procured toxins being put into the water that is then can be measured coming out of people's taps. And so what we've been discussing is that water is one of the simplest ways for people to retain their health And also they can use it as a component to detoxify themselves. So and it is an example of how we can actually have, we'll say, people involved in the water precedence project as part of Custodean Institute to take water that comes out of their taps, for example, in Sweden or in Ireland, and then that water can be measured by the International Water Awareness Network, which has many professors, over 10 or 12 professors in many countries around the world, that are willing to test the water and look for toxins in order to establish a precedence case to have those toxins removed. And then just to say that we know that there are many components that have been mentioned by everyone that are actually purchased and added to the water, like aluminium or mercury or arsenic, that are known to be highly toxic and interfere with all aspects, including cognition and fertility and health. So these should not be in the water. And then just to put this in context is that I was a professor for the School of Medicine in various universities for over 20 years, but I also led, as principal investigator, many pieces of research and clinical trials. So my area is really a combination of law, which is that in science and medicine, we as scientists have an obligation to first do no harm. So doing any type of research means that I am lawfully accountable, and therefore you have to have a knowledge of the law. And in my analysis over 20, 30 years, I found that there were treatments and tests on the market that were causing more harm than good, or that they were inaccurately diagnosing diseases that people did not have, leading to them to have treatments that were not necessary. And so I was involved in many cases in challenging and removing false testing and harmful treatments, and I held conferences around adverse events and medical error in my 20, 30 years of being a professor. So then very quickly, if we want to take out these toxins, we need to know the law, and this one slide is the law, act in honor, do no harm. And in this case, men and women living in countries all around the world have an inalienable right to life, and they have an absolute property ownership of their body. And these combined mean that with your right to life, you have to have full, free and informed consent, and that no one can put anything in the air, the water, or into your body, or force you or coerce you into a treatment without your full, free and informed consent. And then the aspects of the law, so I encapsulate this as law versus legal, is that you only need one man or woman in the world that we work together to support them to establish a precedence in a particular nation. And that would then be to challenge one man or woman, like a coroner who falsified a death cert, or a regulator that was continuing to approve a product like the COVID-19 clinical trials, even though there was significant evidence, as we know, of over 17 million people have died and correlated with the administration of the COVID-19 injection on a clinical trial without being stopped. And the whole thing is, there is a difference between law versus legal, and simple ways to determine whether you're in the law, which is the language of the nation, like English in England or Swedish in Sweden, is that the verdict in relation to a man or woman who is alive is innocence or guilty. And what we have is a veil over the law for the last 1 or 2 generations through the legal system. And it is the difference between the law and the legal system is where in the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years or so, that we will restore the law through the establishment of precedents. And I'm just giving this summary for people to give them hope, in a way, that why the clinical trials have not been stopped is that it has been operating through the legal system. And as a failure, men and women have been using the law and the legal system as if they're the same thing. They're actually the exact opposite of each other. The law applies to men and women, people who are alive, whereas the legal system applies to entities or corporations that are not alive. And it is a criminal misrepresentation of the law. and it operates through a false language called legalese. And how do you know? Is because there's a dictionary. So it sounds like it's English, but it's not. Now, why the establishment of precedence works is that if men and women are dressed up as judges or police, and they are speaking legalese and dealing with people as corporate entities, that it's actually a criminal offence to dress up as judges, police, and it's actually the second highest criminal offence. And what we do is establish precedents in order that the men and women who are operating in the systems that look like courts themselves will be held to account. And then this is just an example of a legal entity. The Government of Ireland, for example, is a private business with thousands of sub-businesses, but it's actually not the lawful system of government that we think we have. Here's another example of the police. It's also trading as a business in a foreign city-state in a foreign nation. There are 14,000 agents of this private business. None of them, it looks like, are operating in the law in Ireland for the Irish people. And this is another business, a private business operating in a foreign nation as well. So just that it's important for people, if we're going to establish accountability through science and evidence, to understand the context of this. So then very quickly, have we been successful in establishing precedences in the last 3 or 4 years? And just when with the World Freedom Alliance and the World Doctors Alliance, we organized rallies, even though the legal system was trying to invite legal fictions or businesses in, we actually asserted precedents by organizing rallies around the world without getting put into prison. So how you establish precedents is you stop someone doing something, and they were trying to prevent people speaking and listening to health information. And we went ahead and actually organized meetings, and they did not handcuff us or not put us to prison, even though for the second rally in 2020 in England, they were claiming for the legal corporation, it was 10 years in prison for the legal entity. But because they knew that I knew the law, they couldn't take the risk to put someone like me to challenge me as such, because it would actually blow the whole COVID-19 as the piece of paper being fraudulent, and the members of parliament and the people who are paid and dressed up as judges would themselves then be accused of malfeasance. And then this is just an example of the Institute of Pure and Applied Research that we, together with a number of people, Dr. James Lyons-Weiler, Professor Shin Lee, retired from Yale University, and myself, challenged the United States FDA and CDC that we were going to full-length DNA sequence any positive COVID-19 test. And when in July 2021, the ethics approval was obtained in order to full-length PCR test it, the FDA and CDC in America did a class 1 recall that weekend to remove all requirements for PCR testing. Now, the reason why they did that is if they continued to do PCR testing across the United States, that if someone was denied a flight or was not able to go to work, the individual head of the Centers of Disease Control or the Food Administration in America, I would then challenge them to seek compensation for the individual man or woman who could not work or go to university or fly. And those individuals in the FDA, the civil servants, would hold the liability in law to pay the compensation, and that would be a precedence that civil servants are not above the law, and that if they require testing, that test itself must not be fraudulent. So we have been successful in many cases in Ireland and across the world. And also I was involved in co-founding an international airline in 2020. And the first flight was from Ghana in Africa into Florida during the so-called lockdown. And the people who were on those flights traveled because they could also not afford a precedence that we would challenge that it was unlawful to lock down the world. And this airline has been set up that it can be there in the future if there is another attempt to lock down for, monkeypox 27 or for climate change. So that's just to give you some background about what we're at. And then just to put it in context, this is just an example of the reports on the deaths of the COVID-19 clinical trial. And as you can see, that in the first 24 hours, there were 7,000 deaths. And this is just up to June 2022. And with one death on a clinical trial with this kind of correlation, it could have been stopped. And the clinical trials were not stopped because the legal system is operating through a fraudulent criminal language legalese and only applies to dead legal entities, not the living man or woman. And that's what we have to change. Now, the good news is it's not that difficult. And now, sadly, because there are 17 million people that have died and reported to have been died by a study of Dennis Rancourt in 2023, that the people who sadly have adverse events and the loved ones of people who have died, we are working with them and looking for a precedence in order to hold the people across the world who allowed these clinical trials go ahead despite the deaths. So that's just to put it in context of the law. And now we're just going to move into the science-based aspects of it. But just to remind you that whatever we do in health or with people, families living in communities, we actually need to have all of us working together across the world. And that's the importance of organizations and networks that are here and through the entrepreneurial networks. And again, just to say that many of myself and my network and my PhD students have been studying adverse events for decades. And we have developed methods and analysis to scientifically study and develop technologies that can actually associate and correlate adverse events with treatments and interventions and clinical trials. And again, the water that we're going to do here lends itself to a precedence case because people can just take the tap water, put it into a scientific universal tube, and then store it. And then when we get this network up and running, we can actually do the analysis to see what poisons are in the water. And one of the positive things in science is, a bit like what we did with the PCR testing, that it took us maybe 6 months to get ethics approval in the United States to test all PCR samples from across the world. But when we got the approval, the regulators and the entire American system stopped the requirement of PCR testing without us having to measure one sample. So the power of the law is not that you need to go into their courts, is that you stop individual men and women causing harm because you turn around and you tell them that those individual men and women are liable in a trial by jury in the law. And once they can be held to account, they change their behavior by stopping causing harm. So then very quickly in the Custodean Institute, what we want to do is to audit and to work with people around the world who are willing to stand up. So like someone who's lost a loved one, or someone who engaged with a man or woman as a coroner, where they knew that the death cert was falsified. And if that coroner had put the proper cause of death following enrollment in a clinical trial, that the clinical trial would have to be investigated lawfully by the police and stopped. So the process is to design the precedence example between the law and the scientific system, generate the evidence, and then investigate it, and then start the lawful process. And it's called precedence. It does not require going into the legal system. It requires establishing a lawful system of trial by jury in nations, which we're working on with many countries. So then just to quickly give you some background of my experience, which I haven't really talked about much in the last 4 years, but I was involved in developing what are called a way of an automated high throughput way of looking at the samples from men and women. So it could be their blood, their plasma, their serum, their urine, their cerebrospinal fluid, biopsies from their tissues in order to profile and then see whether they were healthy or had disease. Back in 2011 or so, we also set up contract research facilities, and we sold this company more than 10 years ago now. But this is just to give you the example that even when I was doing my research, we actually were developing and building the robots and the laboratory information and data analysis systems to do things in high throughput. And partly because I was aware of this Agenda 21 and what would happen in the future, but there are not that many people who can design and develop contract research service or automated high throughput analysis of very complex studies. And also a lot of the foundation that I was doing in science and in data analysis has been transferred through the German research system, including in the German Human Genome Project and in various hospitals across Germany and Europe. And then I worked in the unit for the global coordination of the world. And I was involved between Asia and Europe in all aspects, including things like energy and banking systems and law and justice and regulation and all aspects. So that's a useful skill to have. So we developed these high content protein arrays. We were one of the leading labs and my companies were leading in the world. And what this did was from a drop of blood, you could really determine if someone had a disease and more importantly, if they didn't have a disease. And what we found out more than 35 years ago was that a lot of the tests that were saying that people had a disease were fraudulent. So that many people were being diagnosed with things like autoimmune diseases and cancer that they didn't have, and then suffering severe adverse events from the so-called treatment of diseases they didn't have. And we were also involved in building the robots and developing the automation and also the miniaturization and barcoding techniques. And it's the same kind of experience we need now to develop automation and testing requirements in complex areas as will be used in this. But from about 25 years ago, based on the technology and the work, including at the Max Planck of about 30 people for 10 years, we actually are able to do large-scale testing, and we have the largest collection of healthy data in the world. And I made all of my research freely available in the over 25 years ago, and all of the data is freely available, including for healthy people. And just this is what a high content protein array looks like. We did a lot of technical experience. And then the last thing is just at the bottom right-hand side there is the results from mass spectrometry. So is one of the technologies that we used. And I just want to specifically mention mass spectrometry because those are their equipment that are very technical, and that is the machine, or mass spectrometry is a type of technology that can be used for testing whether people are healthy or not, for testing the level of toxicity in the body, for detecting heavy metals, and for detecting impurities in the water. And in Protogen and in my collaborations, we actually worked with people that were making some of the best mass spectrometry machines in the world. And I often presented at mass spectrometry and proteomics meetings and gave keynotes. And it is the exact same technology that we're using now. And many of my PhD students are now professors, and they are working with us in the International Water Awareness Group. And the other thing that we did was use this approach to look at autoimmune diseases. And this is just an example of Sabine there was a PhD student of mine. We started this project in 1999, but this is called dilated cardiomyopathy, autoimmune related, but it is essentially what is now called sudden death syndrome as an adverse event from the injection. And just because I was aware of the issues with the injection, so-called vaccines, more than 25 years ago now, this was one of the first applications to study sudden adult death using the protein chip technology. And I spoke out about this in 2020. And this is just how dilated cardiomyopathy looks like, but this was one of the adverse events from the components of the injection that I talked about 4 years ago now, that we saw from 3 years ago on. And then this is just an example of a publication around mass spectrometry. And if we do the analysis of water from the taps or any of the toxins, it will be using mass spectrometry techniques. And what we have shown as well, just to finish off, is that the autoimmune diseases have been treated very badly by the healthcare system. And many people were not diagnosed for up to 10 years. And a lot of the symptoms were overlooked. So part of what myself and my networks have done is actually improved more accurate diagnosis of autoimmune disease and cancer, and also correlated some of the symptoms with specific immune responses of the body. Now, this information is all publicly available and in our publications, but it will be very useful background to have if people who were healthy before the injection have developed symptoms like joint pain or fatigue or myocarditis, that we actually have the patterns that you can find in the blood and the immune response of people. And then we can also accurately look at whether particular treatments remove these symptoms in an evidence-based approach. Okay, and just to say that we've actually got a lot of information of natural and induced symptoms like fatigue, dilated cardiomyopathy, myocarditis, and then we can correlate that with people who develop these as adverse events from the injection. And lastly, just to say, I published papers looking at, we knew there were publications that there were over 40 injections in 2017 that had metals in them. This is not my research, but it's published research. So in my group, we studied what was happening when people were injected with things like titanium or aluminium, many of which were in the vaccines. And the protein coat that was developed was actually called a corona. And then we studied how the protein coated, we'll say aluminium or titanium particle that was in the injections, how that would interact with the body and cause adverse events. And we did a really in-depth analysis of how these nanoparticles in the injection interacted with the body. And we published some publications. This is just a characterization. This is just one of them where I'm second last author. So this is the kind of, just to finish up, then this is the kind of full-length approach that we have, that we're designing in Custodean Institute, the studies and the lawful approach. And then we can collect specific examples, for example, tap water, and then analyze that tap water through the International Water Awareness Group and the World Freedom Alliance and our big network of water, and then challenge the regulators and the system in order to stop them adding poisons, we'll say, to the water as a precedence, and to leverage it in countries like in Ireland. We have precedences that they are not allowed to have toxins in the water, and the same thing with Maneka. And then just to finish up, then the idea then for Custodean Institute is that we will audit what's going on first. Now, this is a longer term project. We're talking about 2 years, 5 years, or 10 years, because the corruption that has gone on in the law and in the regulation system and the coroner's police and the law not working so that the clinical trials were not stopped has taken maybe 2 generations. So it will take us some time to design these experiments, to generate the evidence, to investigate, and then to act in an international way to develop a trial by jury and a precedence in order to challenge the system, whether it's the coroners or the water treatment system. And that's it. I'd just like to finish it there, Custodean Institute. And if people just want to be supporters initially, it's free. If you want to just click onto that website, and then we will have a prerequisite for people who want to become members. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Dolores, for all that amazing work. And I also want to mention, because I've been a part of helping you with this, that the Custodean Institute water.com and Custodean Institute audit.com, they're also working and up and running. So if you're interested in joining in the auditing, then you can go to just register there, and information will be sent to you, right?
Perfect. So what I might do, Maneka, is put those as well. Thank you for all the help, and I'll just make 2 slides as well to show you those as well. So I'm very happy to take any questions. I know that was like a quick run through about what we're doing, but we haven't really connected the auditing function and the water function with the law really. So
No, exactly. We're in that process, but we have a very good plan, and we're carrying it out. And the more people that we have that are involved in actually doing it together with us, the more impact we can do. Like you said, we need to be huge numbers. So also share this video, invite people to the pages, like help us to spread the word about, like for me, this is the reality, like getting the reality seen and getting it out there for people to actually just live in peace and live in health. And yes,
yeah.
exactly.
So just to finish off, Maneka, while we're there, that's for people who are interested in the water. It's custodianinstitutewater.com, which is working. And then if people are interested in auditing, so we will be developing courses as well for people who want to specialize in auditing and in forensics and components of that, and people who want to develop in their own nations auditing and precedent setups. And there's the one, we think that water is a very good one that we work on together, and also because water is so important, as you and everyone has said, and also if healthy water will allow people to facilitate detox as well and not be dehydrated. So that's custodianinstitutewater.com, and that link is working as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Dolores. And actually, I will just share. I didn't share the last links either. So just to share the end screen, because I think it's also like a good roundup of this amazing the amazing presentations. And thank you, Dolores, once again for being such a huge part of many of these organizations and bringing out the truth and standing up for the people on the ground. So thank you for all the work that you're doing there. And I think for me and many other people, the goal is just to create sovereign and free lives on all levels. And we need to do this through the power of our world family, and remember that we are a family, and not go into that divide and conquer mentality either, or look at faults at each other, and bring each other up instead. So the Omni community is the water community that I'm working with, which is from all over the world right now. It's an amazing team of people. And you can go also to the Custodian Institute Water, and you'll find out more about the entrepreneurship there as well if you want to. And in World Freedom Alliance, you can go to worldfreedomalliance.org. We also work closely, and I work closely with the New Earth Horizon and Sasha Stone. I really want to highlight that here because he has done so much work in also the International Tribunal for Natural Justice. Is very related to what we've talked about today. They have a whole hearing about how the medical industry and the pharmaceutical industry and the war industry is actually deeply connected with each other. So there is a lot of truth telling, a lot of there's a whole university, the New Earth University, with lots of information. And if you want to know more about my entrepreneurship and me and my husband, you can go to sovereignfree.life. So yeah, that is, and of course the Custodian Institute, I'm supporting Dolores there as well, which is
and thank you.
So with that said, we've come to the end of the presentations, and we have around 15 minutes we can probably take a little more time just for some questions and also discussion. So I will turn into gallery view here just to see all of us. So we're really happy if you, I know you probably have your minds all full with lots of information, and we've been going on for a long time, but take the chance when we have these amazing people here to ask any questions. So write it in the chat below, and we're happy to, because it's much more interesting to address things that comes from you. And I also want to discuss with this beautiful panel here what we've discussed, you know, the health hazards and solutions, but also what are the most important things that people can do to really take charge of their own health and go to the root of problems, not just scratch on the surface. And we're just receiving a lot of love here. Like, thank you. Fantastic presentations all around. Thank you so much. What a great work you do and have done. So grateful for taking part of this today. Yeah, so people are really happy and grateful for all of you and what you've done. But if there aren't any questions, I'd like to ask you, like hearing all of us today, what are your thoughts, Heiko and Berit and Dolores, moving forward of what can we do together to actually go even further with like counteracting all these health hazards, and how can we bring the solutions out even more?
We'll let Berit or Heiko to go first, if that's okay.
Yes.
Now, if you have only two things, the most important things, one, detoxing and secure for the EMFs.
Mm. Mm.
And if you can do some more like with the clean water, it's perfect.
Mm. Mm. Yeah. And Berit, would you like to add something there?
Yes, I would say the same. It's the subjects we have taken up today, which are the main, most important part to address, and also what Dolores and Maneka have been working on for a long time about the sovereignty and how you can become a free human being again, and also. Yeah, and type of business part is also, entrepreneurship is also part of this, because we can't lay our back on the government or the support from government. Here in Scandinavia, where I live, the government has put a lot of people into type of care, type of they got the money from the government, but it might not be like that in the future. So it's to think what can you contribute for yourself and your family, and with all the aspects we have come through today, that's important.
Thank you, Berit. Thank you. And I think it's, even though it becomes super clear that, okay, it's kind of like an organizational dysfunction that we're in. It's not anyone's fault if you are like, you might have been deceived, or you might have like believed the wrong people. This is a very powerful operation that is very conscious against our basic fundamental like building blocks of being men and women, right? But and we need to know that at least from my background also in studying like what is the essential I don't want to call it humanity, like mankind. What should I use? I know that Hugh doesn't.
People, men and women.
Exactly.
So human is the color of man, and
Exactly.
it actually refers to the placenta, which in a horrible way is the dead entity, the legal face.
Yeah, so I don't want to say that word.
People, men and women.
Exactly. But in a way, it's attacking those fundamental things, but to really understand the context that this has happened many times before, and men and women always win. And those that believe that they are untouchable, they have always fallen. Like that is the real facts, looking back in history, that those are the ones that should be afraid. the ones that think that they're untouchable and sitting on such high horses that they've lost completely contact with reality, that is like the kind of warning signal that, okay, now it's going to crash soon. People are going, because I believe in the spirit inside of us, that you talk about, Dolores, that we know the law. We just have to trust what is right and what is wrong. Like a child can see, like, this is not right. If you like hurt me, or if you stab me with a knife, like, that's not nice, right? If you put poison in me without my consent, it's not nice, it's bad. It's like, keep it very simple. And that is not allowed. And that's what we need to see it very, very simply and very clearly and call it out. And the more of us that call it out. And like you said, Dolores, I'm really excited because I'm in contact with this chemist that can give these strips to lots and lots of people, so they can actually test their own water, like we did here in Sweden, where they saw there's arsenic and heavy metals in the tap water in Helsingborg in Sweden. And imagine if just that, like, thousands of people were showing, like, look what's in the water. You can't fool me. I'm just being empowered. I'm not just saying it. I can see it on my own test strip here. Like, what are they going to do?
Very important.
And we have the High Court case that says
Yes, no.
It's not allowed.
Right. But there's a problem. Like in German, we say many people have been getäuscht, fooled.
Mm.
And it's very difficult and hurts to be enttäuscht, to be unfooled.
Exactly. Yeah, we need to drop the egos.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, but it's very important to have contact with your higher self, with your intuition, and trust more that than to all the Faucis and politicians.
For sure. And but that's not easy. I know for me, I have relatives that they watch TV, and if it's said on TV, it's true. Like and there's so many people. Sometimes I think, like, how easily fooled are people actually? Like, how can we? And I think that's why in the World Freedom Lines, one of the things is to strengthen the psychological aspects of us. And like you're doing, Dolores, how can we look for ourselves? Or what would you say? How can we actually empower people to, like, listen to the right sources?
Yeah, and maybe I'm just going to, why I put up, the little slide again, I'm just going to pop it up. And it's, I guess, why my intuition was to go behind the so-called Berlin Wall or Iron Curtain, is that the people who lived in former Eastern Europe were not fooled. So once you figure out how they psychologically fool us, sorry, it's the wrong one, that they can't, you can't be fooled again. So without this knowledge about being fooled, I'm going to try one more time. The last book is by Daniel Estelan, which is, see the Tavistock Institute? That actually explains how people are conned. And it happened behind the Iron Curtain when they were fooling people and about a fake, nuclear war, and as if the evil at that stage was Europe and the whole nuclear issue in the 80s. But those people were not fooled again. The same in Northern Ireland. People knew they were fooled by the Holocaust and the famine and the issue of Northern Ireland for 20, 30 years, and they were not fooled again. So about one third to one half of everybody in the world cannot be fooled. But what they're trying to do is make it look like on the media that the majority of people agree with what was going on. So once people figure out the truth, they never go back again. So that's why they can only get less and less numbers. So this Tavistock Institute book, Social Engineering of the Masses by Daniel Estelan, is a very interesting book, because that's why I put up that slide, because once people realize there is an agenda to fool us and harm us and poison us, half the people in the world find that really difficult And then the book, The Committee of 300, tells them who it is. And that book is 30 years old. And the one, none dare call it a conspiracy, is 50 years old. And because they're so old and they tell you what's going to happen in the future, now it helps people to realize they've been fooled. And then they go through stages of anger, which we, you know, and that's why it's important on us to have solutions, because their system is called the Hegelian dialect. They want the response for people, like to be angry, in order to do what they wanted to do anyway, which may be to target politicians or physicians or regulators or coroners and have social unrest. And that's why we have to come in and say the solutions are health, detox, and lawful accountability, where everyone is innocent until proven guilty. And that's what the World Freedom Alliance is about, is that we need to be there to stabilize our societies, to prevent disruption in the system of law and accountability.
I would also add that we have been fooled by, yeah, very good, Dolores. We have been fooled by others outside of us, but we are also fooled by actually beings inside of us, because parasites, they live on heavy metals, and they can also disrupt what you are thinking, what you are feeling, and of course also the EMF with the graphene oxide and other things can also, you think it's your own, but it might be something coming from something else. So I have experienced this myself, and it's very, very nice when these type of things are out of your body. And our best compass is ourselves, and but we need to take out what's disturbing ourselves to come in contact with ourselves. So.
And that's such an important aspect. I really want to say, because I've also been doing a lot of detox programs, and one of my dear friends, Chanel, she has been running detox programs for 15 years or more. You can go to activatedangel.com. I gladly recommend her to anyone. She knows what she's doing. But when I did one of her programs, I could really see that also how it had affected my mind. I could see how the clarity of thought and also emotional stability is so connected to toxins. And this is something that people also testify about with the water. We have people with psychiatric disorders such as, bipolar and chronic fatigue and lots of these kind of problems that they completely disappeared once they detox and they get hydrated. And hydration is a huge part of psychological disorders as well as toxins. And people go around thinking like, oh, it's my childhood trauma, it's this and that. And no, maybe you're just full of toxins, or you're not hydrated enough, or you don't have enough negative charge in your cells and your body for your nervous system to function. So it's kind of, I think also, like I said, having been very sick a couple of times in my life and having to find my own way, you can really I lost my train of thought there. Well,
you can be confused, Maneka. You're just saying how sometimes when you're very toxic and sick, that it's hard to actually keep, onto something because you're told so many different things.
Yes. What I was saying, now I remember, is that there's a lot of shaming and blaming a lot of sick people, which I think is it's awful. It's just terrible that you get to experience that once when you're very, very weak and you go to an ordinary doctor. I actually experienced this just recently, which was terrible. I had problems with gallstones after what happened in the autumn. And I went to the doctor because I had huge pain, and she actually said it was psychological. Like, to be in huge pain and then to hear that it's something wrong with you, well, that can make you, of course, very, you start to doubt yourself and think that's something wrong with you, when there are actually these simple solutions to so many things. So, and like now I'm doing just my own liver cleanses, and I'm getting better on that when they wanted to take out my gallbladder. So just to give an example of that, we need to like find our own ways, and that you can actually don't go into the shaming and blaming of coming from anyone, because that is such a social control on people. It's much more huge than I think we admit. But
And I think another example was, I've been raising awareness about the so-called HPV vaccine for over 10 years. And one in the original clinical trial of 26,000 women, 1 in 50 had life-limiting adverse events within the time of the trial. And still over the 10 years or so, the girls, the teenagers who were healthy that get adverse events, months later, often are told that it's psychological, and often they're very sporty and very healthy, and then they're bedridden. And in all countries in the world, the physicians are telling them that it's a psychological issue, even though 1 in 50 in the trial within the time frame of the trial had life-limiting conditions, and it should not have been done, but they have been diagnosed with mental health issues, and it takes each of them 5 or 10 years to figure it out. And then the parents are very angry at the lies, so it is shocking what's going on to young people as well, destroying their lives and then giving them mental illness diagnosis when it's clearly an adverse event to a toxic injection that's been going on for 10 or 15 years.
Yeah, and it's just the same with Lyme's disease. I had that for 5 years. I was very engaged in that because I went to the doctor and was tested, and they didn't find anything. Then I did another test that was much more, precise, and they found it, and I could treat it. But there are also many young people, many out there that hear the same thing. It's just psychological when they've had Lyme disease or even detected it, and they just get antibiotics cure, like a treatment. And when it doesn't disappear, then all of a sudden it's psychiatric. It's just like, where's the you kind of get shocked by the lack of logic, out there. Or what do you say, Heiko? You've seen many of them, I guess.
Yeah, sure. My big problem is that I think logical, and that's why what pisses many of my colleagues off.
Yes, continue with that, please.
But it's sometimes hard because again, what you said about this frustration when everybody tells you it's in your brain, I know 2 of my patients where I had a diagnosis and the doctors didn't believe them. They put them into psychiatric and they took their lives.
Oh no, yeah.
Because everybody just said, you're crazy to believe this doctor, and so on. And it's all in your head.
I've seen also, because I met a lot of people come to me and tell their stories, and also how young people get the psychiatric diagnosis, and then they get terrible medication that actually causes, psychiatric illness.
They have learned that from Fauci, who gave everybody with this so-called AIDS, HPV, this terrible ACT, which killed them.
And that was one of the things, in the mid-90s, I developed our high content protein arrays, because what we did was show that the diagnostic testing was inaccurate, because a lot of the time they were diagnosed by false tests with diseases and then given surgery and so-called treatment that had huge adverse events. And then the adverse events would cause other symptoms like heart attack, heart failure, autoimmune disease, or else infertility, or interfering with, we'll say, the ability to urinate for men if they were falsely diagnosed with prostate cancer, or infertility. So that was the thing why I got such pushback, was my high content arrays were about 10,000 to 1 million times more sensitive to prove in a court of law that people did not have the diseases, that they were falsely diagnosed. And I was involved in the 90s, even in my 20s, challenging the diagnostic system worldwide and the regulators to remove fraudulent testing from the market, which is why I got such pushback during my career, and that I would be able to defend that myself against governments and regulators. So that's the same knowledge of how we got rid of the COVID-19 PCR testing across America. because there's very few people in the world that have experience of challenging the governments and regulators and holding regulators accountable for fraudulent testing. And that's one of the reasons I think why we're so censored, and the World Freedom Alliance and my own personal accounts, is that the civil servants individually and coroners and state pathologists and Supreme Court justices and attorney generals are liable for continuing to offer COVID-19 injections to children like they're doing across Britain and Ireland, because 17 million people have died, more deaths on a clinical trial than all clinical trials in history. And they hold the accountability. So that's why I think what we have to do is prepare for the world where the civil servants then withdraw because they realize they're accountable. And that's what they want, is kind of chaos in the insurance and in the nursing and in the physician and health industry. And that's why it's very important that we work together, as we're doing now, to provide the regulatory framework and accountability framework and the courses for accountable physicians and nurses and coroners in the future. And that's what we're doing in Custodean Institute, and grateful to everyone like Heiko and all of us in our network for the support.
I can see why you are in the top shift of all the enemies of Big Pharma.
For a long time. But I'm very honored to do it. And I think, like you, Heiko, and everyone here, that we're not afraid to face up to, whatever they may do to us, or to be falsely accused and end up in prison, even though it's not what we want. And I think what all of us and everyone in the World Freedom Alliance, the World Doctors Alliance, and all of us here are trying to do, that once people, I think if people, if we were 90% towards a society across the world where people were held to account, people would have such a relief and mental relief that they would, support health hubs and local farmers. And what the people we're against are trying to demoralize people, that this is an unsolvable problem. So that and that's why we're so censored, and that's partly why we've put such a huge amount of work, including with Maneka's network, into giving the message to people that we got this, we can do it, but we just need people to buy the products that are good and financially support people, and also support people through the networks that we're censored, and get this message out. And I had great hope. The Sky News interview that I did has got millions of views, because we did it at a Weekend Truth Festival in England. And we had 800 people before my talk, or before the Sunday morning talk. And we got them to tweet it out on all their social media. Around 800 people sent it, and it reached the algorithms within an hour. And then it got at least 250,000 views on about 1,000 different links. And I'm very grateful. And that was just holding one journalist or two journalists in Sky News to account. So it's the most interesting time to live, yeah?
It was great.
Yeah, it was so heartwarming to watch. Dolores, thank you.
And just so you know, they had come into my world to video my presentation, and because many of us have been misrepresented in the media, that's why I got them to come over to me. So they were asking me, and they consented to speaking in lawful English language. But people are wondering, why did I say that? It's because they were going to video me, and many of us have been misinterpreted. So I was and it turns out, I think they packed up and sadly left. It would have been better if they'd actually reported on it and reported the truth.
I was wanted to ask that. Did they stand or no? They did not.
Well, I don't know if they definitely were pitching up their tent or whatever, but the main thing was that, as we know, many of us here actually were on the BBC Panorama program. You remember, all of us got messages, and then when we wrote back to the producer saying he was liable, then they cut us out. Yeah. And that's important. So that's people, are demoralized because the lawful trial by jury system in the lawful language with innocent or guilty has not happened in most nations for about 30 years. And they are demoralized by thinking that the legal system isn't working. But once we go to the trial by jury lawful system, then it will work. But it will take us some time to do it peacefully and properly, which is what we're doing together.
Thank you, Dolores. And I think really remember that there is hope, and that the more of us that actually do these things and just continue and take care of yourself on the way, like take care of your health and take care of each other, that's how we win it. Like it's really, and we are winning. We see the signs of that. At least I see so many people out there that are waking up to the truth, and that might have even taken the jab, and then like they change them, they see the effects, they have the effects. I think most people are starting to see what is happening, and there is this human spirit, this like spirit in all of us that want to do good, and I believe in like in men and women. And the other thing, the psychological operations that is put on us, but the spirit within, that's much stronger than anything. It will, I completely trust that, and I know that we're going to break through with it.
I will just mention one thing which is very known. It's actually antidepressiva are blocking for the communication between the occiput here and the spinal spinal
cord and spinal fluid. Yeah.
Not spinal, but it's spinodal. It's a cranial butterfly cranial part around the third eye. So that's very important for many of the functions in the body, but it's also the connection with our spiritual world. So they are blocking the communication there. So
yeah. And that is conscious. It's the same with
it's
fluoride
conscious.
in water and chlorine. It's actually creating hormonal imbalances and calcifying the pineal gland, and that is a huge aspect that's also been shamed, and like, no, we shouldn't talk about spirituality or that part of us, because that's such a superpower if we believe in ourselves.
Yes.
And we need to also move through that. Like there, for me, it's so important in the World Freedom Alliance, in the Sovereign Free Life, and with what we do here, that we look at the whole picture, that we allow ourselves to be full men and women, like with physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, creative, like that's what we are meant to be. And actually in the brain research that I did when I worked as a coach for, I think 5 years altogether, like fully, they found out that most people are in fear mode. When you look at the brain scans of people, you see that the back of the brain, the primal brain, the brain is mostly active in most people. So they push people into fear mentality, and actually to be able to think long term and have compassion, and also like go into a peace and bliss. That is when you activate the full brain, like the frontal lobe, and that is mostly not active when you are in that fear mentality. And the more we like go into thankfulness, into community, and like feel our emotions, and start to like just watch the world and see, pick like, okay, this sounds true, this doesn't, and you don't like get involved in things that easily, that's when you develop that you know, the higher frequencies in the brain also, that are also unfortunately like suppressed by radiation, for instance. So yeah, I so many things to talk about, but I think we have to round the call up. We've gone over a bit, like 15 minutes or so, but it's such an important conversation. And just like Dolores said, if you watch this, if there are just like 100 people or a couple of 100 people that share this, that spread the word about this really important solutions, and about the real problems like that are out there, that are not spoken about, that are censored, then please like help us to share the word and get engaged and support us in any way you can. That's the real solutions in all of you watching right now. So any last words from any of you?
Maybe just to say, Maneka, we're working as well with Mixed Data and Victoria Embley as well on very simple methodologies, and I'm training in that, as many people are now, to heal and prevent trauma and post-traumatic stress, which is another one that freezes people. But there's actually Mick has been involved in providing that to over 5,000 people, and was developed for veterans coming back from war, and it works really well. And the other positive thing to say is there is a phenomenon called the 100th monkey effect, which is around quantum entanglement, or how we can actually like the convent effect, that we affect each other, and we can see it now. There is momentum just by us speaking, and 100 people in the world speaking and sharing this information. It actually builds momentum and makes it easier for people to hear what we're saying. So I think that 100 monkey effect is actually very important, or quantum entanglement, yeah. And you've said a new variant is called waking up. It's spreading fast around the world. Brilliant. Thank you, Heiko. But I think that's really important, because it is actually getting easier for us to give our message out. So, and I think it was known and written about even 50 years ago that in this time frame, in this decade, because of the advent of social media, and so many of us would actually figure out what's going on and understand the adverse events and the fraud that's going on, particularly in education, university, the legal and health systems, regulatory, voting, political systems, and the media, that we are building momentum, and it will continue to build. So I have great hope, and thank you, everybody. Thank you, Heiko. Thank you, Barry. Thank you, Maneka and Mona. And it's amazing. Yeah, we got this.
Thank you for today. It was beautiful. And just to say, the links will be available on the homepage and in the live stream on YouTube. And also that in the World Freedom Alliance action plan, we're going to do even more things about building the new, and also coming up with a conscious business connect, which this is a part of, actually bringing more and more solutions out there and collaborating with all of our partners out there to bring them to you. So you will see more of this in the future, we hope. And thank you so much, everyone on the call today.
Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.